Imagine you can describe an entire app and watch an AI design every single screen for you in real time. This is Stick AI, where you are able to design web and mobile applications. Let's log in. Let's create a new account, and we are being redirected to this project/new page where we can generate a new design. Let's generate an e-commerce dashboard. An e-commerce dashboard. Choose web or mobile, whichever you like, and click on submit button. And as you can see, it immediately start loading. This is the title of our project, and here also, and now it says planning your app, and here also planning your app. It's streaming the update in real time, and if we check our Inngest dev server, a run has already been started, and we have to wait for this one to finish. If we go back to our project, as you can see, it's loading the screens currently. The first screen that has been created is a design system. If I zoom in, this is your design system, like the colors, typography, the forms, the buttons, and etc. All about your design system. Let's wait for the other screens to generate. It's generating screens one by one. Okay, now another screen got generated. This time, this is your e-commerce dashboard. Another screen also got generated. If we check it, if we zoom in and click on this, this is the product inventory page. And now the last screen also got generated. If we zoom in and click on this, it will show you the page name, store setting. And also, as you can see here, you got 5 suggestions by AI itself. It will show you that you can add a sales performance chart, design a product inventory table, and etc. etc. Let's add a prompt by ourselves. We will say add a login screen, press submit, and then as you can see, the panel sidebar started to update you again, and our loading is start loading at the top here. Let me zoom out a little bit. If we also check Inngest dev server, another run has been started here to generate a single page for existing project. This is our existing project, and it's just adding a single sign in or login page to this existing project. And now the login screen also got generated. As you can see, it's looking so professional. All of them looks like pixel perfect design. If you click on any of the screens, it will show you the page name or the screen name, and then the design view and also the code view. When you click on the code view, you can see the code for that particular screen. You can scroll down, you can copy the code, and you can switch back to design mode. Let me zoom out a little bit. There is also a delete option. When you click on this one, it will just delete this existing page, not the entire project. Let's click on this delete icon, and that page has gone. You can zoom in and zoom out by scrolling your mouse, or you can use this zoom in and zoom out option here, like this. Every screen is movable, resizable, and selectable. Let me zoom out, zoom in a little bit, and let's click on this one. And now this has been selected, and you can move this anywhere that you want. And also you can resize it. Now, if you go back to the new page, in here, it will show a list of your recent projects. All your projects will be shown here. They will be labeled by recent, last week, last month, or last year, like that. Right now, it's just recent project because we just created this one. And from here, you can manage your accounts, go to settings. In here, you can change your username, email, security. For example, you change your password, connect your providers, and sign out of current session. For the tech stack, we are going to use React.js with Next.js as a full stack framework. We're using Tailwind CSS for styling, we are using Inngest for background jobs, and we are using Google Gemini or Anthropic for our as an AI provider, as our AI provider. We are also using Postgres on top of Neon for our database, and at the end, we will definitely deploy it to production. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, in this channel, I'm publishing videos about AI, Next.js, and JavaScript and TypeScript. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, and if you like the content, go ahead and subscribe to the channel, like the content, and share and comment what you want me to build. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 1, we are going to set up our project. We are going to install dependencies. We are going to set up database and chat-cn UI. Let's go to chat-cn UI, and then here just click on new from here or from here, new project. Doesn't matter, you click from here or from there. And now click on create new project, and then here we will use Next.js. We will also use base UI. You can either use base UI or Radix UI. It's up to you. You can also create a mono repo, but I'm not going to do that. And you can choose your option from here, either PNPM, NPM, or yarn, or ban, whatever you choose. But let's copy the command, or you can copy by clicking on this button. And now let's go to our terminal. And in my terminal, I'm just going to paste this one and press enter. Now add the name to your project. I'm going to name it stick because we are going to clone a stitch, and I'm naming it stick. It's creating our project now. Okay, our project got created. Let's cd to stick and let's open it in VS Code. As you can see, this is our fresh project. Now let's go and run our project. npm run dev, and our project is running on port 3000. Let's open it in the browser, and this is our basic Next.js project. Perfect. So we did set up our project. Let's mark this one as completed, and now let's go ahead and install the other dependencies. We will go to Prisma and install Prisma, and then set up our database together with these two steps together. Click on docs once you are in Prisma, and then here, if you come down, you can click on this one using Postgres, and let's come down here. Let's install this one first. Let's shut down our server, and I'm going to install this one as a diff dependency and this one as a dependencies. So let me do it to be like this, and this one as dependencies. Okay, it has been done. Now let's go back to Prisma documentation, and then here, let's come down. Let's do npx prisma init, but I'm not going to specify the output. I'm going to remove the output, and we initialize our Prisma. Let's go back to documentation. In here, if we check our VS Code, we already have prisma.config.ts, the file that we can see here. This is that file. This is that one. And also we have a Prisma folder, and inside that we have a schema.prisma. We have a very basic Prisma setup here. Okay, perfect. Let me make my VS Code a bit bigger, like this. Let's close them, and let's go back to documentation. And then here, let's go down, and we can create our database like this. We can migrate it like this, but before migrating and anything else, we can create our Prisma client. Let's create it. We copy this code, and let's go to our VS Code, and inside the lib folder, inside this lib folder, let's create a new file. We will name it db.ts like this, and paste this code. We have an error here which is complaining about generated Prisma client. That's correct, because we don't have this one yet, but we will create it soon. As you can see, we don't have a generated folder here. Let's go back to documentation now. Now let's go to Neon, and then here let's create a new project. I will name my one stick, choose my location to be Sydney because that's the closest location to me, and click on create. Once you clicked create, click on connection string, and then here click on .env and just copy this database URL. Let's go back to VS Code. We should have a .env file here. Let's remove everything from here and just paste this one, the database URL that we did copy. Now let's go back to Prisma documentation again, and now this time we can do npx prisma migrate diff and also npx prisma generate. Let's do npx prisma generate first. Once we generate, the errors should go away. By the errors, I mean this error should go away. So let's generate it. npx prisma generate. If we check now, as you can see, the error has gone away. And now we have a folder called generated here. And inside this one, we have Prisma and Prisma client, this one that we are using. But because we are using this symbol across our app, let's use it in here also. Instead of dot, we will use this @ symbol. Perfect, amazing job. Now let's migrate our database. I can show you the command. If you go to Prisma documentation, in here, we can copy this command, and let's go back to our terminal and paste it here. If you press enter, the name is init, or you can name it. If you don't provide a name here, it will ask you for name. Let's do that one. This is already in sync, which is not correct. Now let's do npx prisma migrate reset to reset our database. Press yes to delete everything. And now let's do npx prisma migrate diff again. Okay, because we don't have anything, that's why it's not going to migrate anything. So let's create a simple table for a simple model. Let's copy this user model and go back to our VS Code. And then here, let's open a Prisma schema.prisma and let's paste it here. We don't have posts, we can remove it. Let's remove all these comments also. Make it clean. And now if we migrate, it should work. Let's do it again. Migrate div. It's asking for the name. We will say initial migration, and it has been migrated. Let's check our Neon DB. I'm in my Neon DB. If I refresh, as you can see, we have this user table, which has ID, email, and name. Perfect. Let's go to Xcali Draw now. And then here, we installed dependencies for Prisma and Prisma itself, and we also set it up our database. For the chat CN UI setup, we already set it up our project. If we check our VS Code, I can show you here. In here, click on components, and we already have a few a simple components, which is the button component. So we only have this one, and for the rest of them, I don't think we need all of them. So I'm not going to install all of them. I don't want to make our project heavy by installing a lot of packages or a lot of components that we will not use. So let's go back to our browser, and then here, I think I'm going to mark this one not relevant. So we are all done with chapter 1, and in chapter 2, we will set up better auth with better auth UI, and we will continue from there. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 2, we are going to set up better auth. We will also install and set up better auth UI. We will create our login screen and also sign up screen. Let's go to better auth. I'm in here, better auth. Let's go to installation, and from here, I'm going to install it. Let's copy the command and go to our terminal. In here, I'm going to shut down the dev server. Let's paste the command, which is npm install better auth. Okay, better auth has been installed. Let's go back to documentation. And if you come down here, in here, we need to add better auth secret and also better auth URL. You can pass any secret to this one, but let's generate from here. Let's copy this one and go to our VS Code this time. I'm going to open .env file. And then here, let's paste this one. I'm going to wrap it in quotes. It's up to you if you want to wrap in quotes or not. It doesn't matter. Let's also copy this bit auth URL and paste this one also in here. I'm going to remove this comment and wrap this in quotes. Perfect. This one, as I said, you can pause anything like this, but this is a bit more random and secure. So let's go back to documentation, and this time, if you come down, we need to create auth.ts. Let's copy this one and let's go back to our VS Code. Let me close this one and open the sidebar. And inside this lib, I'm going to create auth.ts. And let's paste this code. So the first thing first, let's add it to be, let's add our database here. Database. And then our database will be a Prisma adapter. Prisma adapter. Let's import Prisma adapter from BitterAuth and then adapter Prisma. I'm just copying the command and paste it here like this, and then Prisma adapter. In this one, the first argument that we need to pass is db that we created in the previous chapter. This one, the db. I think we named it Prisma. I'm going to name it db. Let's name it db. And also, I'm going to remove this from here and just export default, export const db like this. And now we have access to db like this. And the second argument, let's pass provider to be a PostgreSQL like this. And now let's come down. We need to add email and password. Email and password, make it enable true. What this is doing, we can register with our email and password. We can log in with email and password. But we also need to add social providers, so people should be able to log in or create an account with GitHub and Google also. So let's come down of this one where we added email and password. After that, we will add social providers. For the social providers, we will add GitHub, and then in this GitHub, I can show you in the documentation also. Let's go back to documentation, and then here, if you click on authentication, you can see we have GitHub here and Google here. You can add as many as you want, and I'm just going to copy these two lines, paste it here like this. We can also add a Google. Let's just copy this one and paste it like this, and this time we will change this to Google. Let's also change this one to Google, Google client ID and Google client secret. Perfect. I think that's all we need for this one, for this auth.ts. And let's go back to documentation and let's click on integration, and we will choose Next.js because this one is specifically for Next.js. Let's copy this code, and we are going to back to our VS Code, and we have to create auth, all, and then route.ts. Under the app, let's create a folder called API, another folder inside it called auth, and then another folder inside this one to catch all the routes. We will name it all. And then inside this one, we will create a new file, route.ts. As you can see, it's app, API, auth, all, and then route.ts. And then we paste this code that we did copy from the documentation. Let's go back to documentation. What else we need? Okay, we did this part, and now let's come down. We need to also create auth client. Let's copy this code also. And then here where we created this auth under the lib, this is for server side, but let's do auth client also. this is for the client-side usage. Right now, we don't have any plugins and anything else. We can just keep it clean like this. And let's go back to documentation. What else we need? So we don't need these other parts. Let's come down. We can create a session provider later on, but right now, if you come down, we can also add this next cookie plugin. Let's add this one. It's not required, but it's good to add. Let's copy this and go to auth. This is for server side, not for the client side. And after this one, let's add plugins. And then this plugins is an array, and let's add next cookie. You can add multiple plugins in this array, but right now we just added next cookies. If we check the documentation again, I think we are all done. So now what we can do, let's go to Better Auth UI and let's install this one. I'm going to copy the command. Let's go to our terminal, paste the command here and install it. Okay, it has been installed. Let's go back to documentation and then here, let's copy this style and paste it in our global.css. Let's open global.css and let's paste it here like this. Okay, now what we can do, let's go back to documentation and then here click on Next.js. Let's come down. We need to add these providers. Let's copy the code and go back to our VS Code and then here, let's open it. We can add it directly under the app. Rename it providers.tsx. Paste the code like this. And we are all done with this part. If we check documentation again, let's come down. And now we have to wrap our layout with these providers. And also let's add this app auth page dot app auth path and then page.tsx. Let's copy this one and we need to also wrap our layout with providers. Under the app, we need to create a new folder, auth, and then under the auth, we need to create another folder, path, and then under the path, we need to create a page.tsx and paste this code like this. Let's also wrap our layout in here. We will wrap our layout with providers. So we can wrap the theme also, but I think we need to, in this case, we can just wrap the children or providers like this and paste this like this. I don't know what is wrong with my VS Code setup because it cannot find CSS files properly. It's giving an error here, but it's all good. There is no issue with this one. It's just giving the warning and errors about CSS files, but nothing is wrong. It's just my VS Code setup issue. Okay, in the providers now, let's go ahead and add social providers also. After this link, let's come down and add social, and this social is an object like this. Let's add providers, and providers is an array. First one, let's do GitHub, and also let's add Google like this. Okay, we are all done with these two files. Now let's go back to documentation. And we added the auth pages. We already should have login and logout pages, login, logout, and sign up pages. And now we are going to create the accounts pages. So let me copy this code. And this time under the app, we should create an account and then path page.tsx. Under the app, this time, let's create account the same way that we created this auth, and let's do path And inside the path, let's do page.tsx. Paste this code like this. If we run our diff server and check, for example, auth and then sign in, we should be able to see our sign in page. Let's run our app, npm run diff. Let's go back, let's go to our browser, and then here, let's refresh it. Let's go to auth and then sign in. As you can see, we have a beautiful sign in page. Perfect. As you can see now, it has a border and doesn't have shadow. I'm going to fix that one. Let me go to VS Code, and then here let's go to auth page.ts, and I'm going to add a class name here. Class name, and in this class name, let me add, I don't know, shadow 2xl and also border none, like this. This time, if we check, it should look better. As you can see now, it's looking much better. In my opinion, it's up to you. If you want to keep like that, you can keep it like that. And as you can see, it's not center. The whole thing is not centered, the sign-in page, the sign-in card. Let's go to our browser again, our VS Code again, and this time I'm going to the main layout, which is this one. And then here in the body section, let's come down and let's add a class name to the body. We will add, I don't know, let's add this one, anti-alias. We will add this one. We will also add minimum height to be screen or device view height, and minimum weight also to be screen. Let's also add flex column, and items center, like this. And for the HTML, I'm going to change the font in here a little bit. From next font, I'm going to import only Roboto like this. And let's come here. I'm changing this to Roboto. This one also to Roboto. And the rest is okay. I'm going to completely remove this one, and let's come down. And then here, for the class name, I'm just going to add Roboto dot variable and removing everything else, including that cn function, because we are not going to use it, like this. So we don't need this cn function. We will remove it from here also. Perfect. Now if we check in the browser this time, it should be aligned center. Perfect, like this. If you click on sign up, it's going to sign up page. So now let's go ahead and add the GitHub sign in option. Right now, if I click this one, it's not going to do anything because it's not going to work. So let's go ahead. Let's go to GitHub, and in here, click on settings, and then settings, let's come down, click on developer settings or auth apps. I already have a few in here. Let's create a new one. I'm going to name it stick a homepage URL. For the homepage URL, let's paste localhost 3000, and the authorized callback URL, we can get this one from better auth. If you come to better auth, and then let's go down. Actually, let's go up in authentication, find GitHub and click on that one. And this is the one for the callback URL. Copy this one and paste it here. Let's register the application. And this is my client ID. Let's copy this one and go back to our VS Code, open .env file. Let me close all these files. The open files, close it, and close everything from here. And let's open .env. And then here, let's also open auth.ts. So in here, let me paste this one first and then grab the GitHub client ID so I will not misspell it, like this. Let's also find the GitHub client secret and paste this one also here. Let's go back to the browser. Click on generate new client secret. It will ask for your GitHub username and password. You can enter that one. And this is my GitHub client secret. Let's paste this one in here, and we are all done. Okay, now let's restart our dev server. Because we modified this .env, we have to restart our dev server if we want to see the changes. Now, if we go to the browser, let's close all these unnecessary screens. If you click on sign in with GitHub, it is not going to work. I think I know why it's not working, because let's go back to better auth. I think we didn't generate our Prisma schema. Let's check our VS Code. Let me close all these open files. And if we check our Prisma, as you can see, there is nothing. Okay, that's why. Let's go back to documentation. Okay, once you are here, click on docs, and in the docs, click on installation. And if you come down and configure the database, create database table, we need to run this command. Let's go to our terminal and shut down our dev server. Okay, let's paste the command and press enter. It says the file schema.prisma already exists. Do you want to overwrite? I'm saying yes. Okay, the schema was overwritten successfully. Now, this time, if we check our schema.prisma, you can see that we have user model, session model, account model, and also verification model. Perfect. This time, if we run our dev server, let's also, actually before running our dev server, let's run our migration npx prisma migrate div. Sorry, not div, it's div. Like this. Let's add a name, initial migration. And now it's done. Now let's run npm run div to run our div server. Let's go back to our browser, and this time we can close this. We don't need this anymore. Let's wait for this to reload. And this time, if you click on sign in with GitHub, actually we forgot another step. Let's go back to our terminal, and then here, let's generate it. npx prisma generate. Okay, perfect. This time let's run it. I click on sign in with GitHub, or if you go to sign in with GitHub, this time it should work. Perfect. Amazing job. As you can see, if I click on authorize, it's going to sign me up for this application. Amazing job. You can also sign in with email and password. Let's do that. Let's create a new account. I'm going to use temp mail, and let's copy this one, paste in the email section, and I'm going to copy this for the name and the same name for password. If I make it visible, you can see the name and password is the same. So let's click on create an account, and we are logged in. Amazing job. Now, if you go to account, because we already created pages for accounts, it is under app and then account like this. Let's go and check it. And now if you come here and say accounts, account security, for example, it is going to show you this page. You can change your password. You can connect providers, GitHub and Google. We already connected. Oh, actually, we didn't connect GitHub. That's why it's not showing. You can also click on account. From here, you can change your name and your email. So you can add extra options also. But right now, I think that's all done. And let's go to Xcali Draw and mark these ones as completed. We set it up better auth. We set it up and installed better auth UI. We created login screen and we created sign up screen. Perfect. Amazing job. Okay, in chapter 3, we are going to create a project ID page, and also we are going to create the API route to create a project and API route to fetch or get project by ID. Let's go ahead and start by creating our project ID page. Right now we have a very basic project with login and sign up options with full authentication and account working. So let's go to VS Code, and then here in VS Code, let me close everything, and under the app, I'm going to create a new folder, name it project, or we can name it projects like this. And then under the projects, let's create a file, another folder actually, new, and then under the new we will do page.tsx like this. So we have app folder, projects folder, new folder, and then page.tsx. Now let's create a export default function. I will name it I don't know, new project. Let's name it project page, because we will use await here. Let's mark this to be a sync function, because this is a server component. By default, all the pages and all the components in Next.js are server component. And then here, let's do straight away return. We are going to return project client like this. And in this project client, I'm just going to pass a group, and we will make it grouped. So let's go up and first create the group. Actually, let's first fetch the projects. So in here, let me do const projects, and let's do await db. Let's import db manually. I'm not sure why it's not going to import for me. Import db from lib and db like this. Not lin, it's lib. Sorry for the spelling mistake. And now in here we can use db.project.find many, and then here we will filter it order by created, and then we will do descending order. And we are not going to fetch all the projects, we only take the last 50 ones. Take 50, include pages, take one like this. We are getting this error because we don't have the project model yet. Let's go ahead and create our project model first. So I'm going to open schema.prisma, and then here we have user, session, account, and verification. Let's come down and create a new model, name it project, and then this project will have an ID will be the same, like I'm just copying this one. And let's also add a default to be CUID or UUID, whichever you prefer. Let's also add a name to our project. Name will be string. Our project will also have a prompt. A prompt will also be a string, because prompt sometimes may be a long prompt, very big prompt. So let's do db.text. Let's also add the status. Status, we will create a type, an enum status. Let's create it right now actually. Come down in here, enum status like this, and then the status IDLE, and then the second one analyzing. It's just status, you can add as many as you want. Generating, completed, and failed like this. Okay, so this is our status. So a project will have a status also, and let's add a default for this one. The default one will be IDLE like this, or idle. Let's add agent message. We will add it to be string, but make it optional. And let's also add this to be db.text. Let's also add current step. This one will be string, but we will make it optional. Let's also add total pages, and this one is of type integer, and the default one will be 0, because when we are generating a design, the AI may generate multiple pages. We can specify like 1 page, 2 page, or so the total pages is like how many pages it has been generated. And let's also add done pages. This one is also integer, and the default one will be 0. Let's also add suggestions. We will add suggestions by AI itself. So AI will suggest some extra pages. db.text. For example, when you create an e-commerce dashboard, and then the AI may suggest that, okay, this time create a login screen. Okay, this time create analytics screen, or something like that. And let's come down. This time let's add pages. So how many pages every project will have, and then the pages will be of type page. It can have multiple pages. So we have to create the page model also. Let's come down in here, let's do model page, and right now let's add an ID first. I'm just copy and pasting this ID, and then the page will also have a name. Name will be of type string. It will have a path. Path will also be of type string. The page will also have a description. Description will be of type string, but maybe the description may be long, so that's why we will need to add text. But let's mark this to be optional, so we don't need description to be required. We will also need to add type. Type is of type string, and let's also add code, because it will generate code for us in HTML format or React format, whatever we want. But let's do db.text because code will be long. Imagine you are creating an e-commerce dashboard. It will be multiple HTML files, so it will be a very long string. So that's why we mark this to be text. And let's also add generating. This will be of type kind of status Boolean, and the default one will be false because these pages belong to project. Let's add the relationship here. Project will be of type project, and then let's add relationship. Relation fields will be project ID. Project ID, we will need to add project ID here. Let's add it here. Is of type string, like this. And now we added project ID, and then let's do references to be the ID in the project model, this ID. Let's also add on delete to be cascade, like this. We also need to add the created at and the updated at. I can copy that one from here. I can copy that from the verification model because it will be the same. So I'm just pasting it here. Created at and updated at, and we need it here also in the project model. Indexing is up to you, but in this case we are not going to do that. And now let's go back to the project model. In here we added the page. Now let's also add user ID. I mean user. So user will be of type user, and let's add the relationship because a project will belong to a user. The fields will be user ID. Let's add user ID first in here. User ID, which will be of type string. And now come down here, we will make this to be user ID, and the references will be the ID column in the user table. On delete, we will do like this because we added user here. Let's go to user model, and in here let's do project to be of type project. A user can have multiple projects. Okay, I think that's it. Let's go to our terminal, and now let me shut down my dev server. Let's do npx Prisma generate. It has been generated, and now as you can see in here, for example, it's not formatted properly. This starts from here, this one starts from here, but we can format it from terminal like npx Prisma format, and it will format all of them. As you can see now, they are formatted. Let's also do npx Prisma migrate div. Let's add a name, adding project and pages models. Okay, and let's do npm run diff. And now it has been done. And if we check the pages, now the error has gone away from here. Now let's create a group projects, because we want to group projects by, like, for example, when they are created: today, yesterday, last month, last year, something like that. For that, we can create a utility function, or I think I can create a function here. We can do it here. Let's do const group projects. Let's make it an arrow function because we can use only in this page. That's why I'm not going to create this as a util function. I'm just going to create it this page itself. And for this one, it will take an argument. We will name it project, and this one will be of type awaited And then return type, we will do return type will be type of fetch projects. We don't have this type of fetch projects. Let's create that one. I can just cut this one from here and create a new function here, const fetch projects, and then let's do async like this, and now the error has gone away. And then here we can do a try catch. Inside the try we paste this one, and then the catch, let's do the catch to be like this. For now we just return new, I don't know what to return. Let's just throw a new error. Throw new error, something went wrong. Like this. We will soon use both of them, but right now let's go back to this one, group projects. Let's create some variables, const now, which will be new date. Let's also add const today start, today start, and today's start will be new date, and then now dot get full year like this, comma now dot get month, and now dot get date, now dot get date like this. I think I have to close it here like this, and there is an extra closing here. We can remove that one, and let's also create yesterday start, const yesterday start like this, and this one will be new date. We will pass today start. Let's also create, and now we will do yesterday start dot set date, and then we will do yesterday start dot get date -1, yesterday start dot get date, and then we will do -1 like this. Now let's do const last year start, this will be new date, and then we will do now dot get full year, and then we will do -1. We will also pass 0 and 1 like this, and then now let's come down. Let's do groups. Groups will be of type record, and then we will pass string and type of projects like this, type of project. And then this one will be, let's do it to be recent, so recent projects, which will be like, for example, yesterday or today ones. Let's also add yesterday. For the yesterday is also by default an empty array. Let's also add last year, or last year also an empty array, and examples, even though examples is not required, but we are going to add it here. I forgot to put a comma here. Okay, now let's come down. We will say for const p of projects, we have access to projects from here. For const p of projects, we will do const d equal new date, p dot created app. In here we are getting this error because we need to return this one. We didn't return anything, and instead of const projects we just need to return await. So now the error has gone away. And now let's come down again. We will do if d is greater than or equal today start. If it's greater than today start, if it's greater than today's start, then groups recent dot push p. Else if d is greater than or equal yesterday start, d is greater than or yesterday start, then in that case we will group groups yesterday dot push p. Else if, we will do else if d greater than or equal last year's start, then we will groups last year. Let's make this lowercase y, groups last year dot push p. And else we will push to example, groups example dot push p like this. Okay, perfect. Oh, I misspelled this one. It's projects like this. Okay, now at the end in here, let's just return groups return groups like this, the groups that we created here. Okay, now let's come down in here, and down in here inside the project page, let's do const projects, which will be await page projects. And now let's do const group, and then this group will be group projects like this, and we will pass projects that we have access to that in here. Perfect. We are getting this error because we don't have this project client yet. We can go ahead and create that. Let's go to components, or we can create it in here inside this new. Let's create inside this one. Project client .tsx like this. Because it's client side, let's mark this to be use client first. And now let's do export default function project client. We will do group, and group is of type I don't know, project group, project or project props like this. We don't have it yet, but we need to create that one. Let's create it at the top in here. I'm going to say interface, and then this interface will be this one, project props. This one will have a grouped, and then this group will be of type record string, and then the second will be project item like this. We don't have this project item, but we are going to create that soon. Actually, let's create it now here. So on the top in here, let's do interface project item, and then this project item will have ID, which is of type string. It will also have name, which is of type string. It will also have created at, which is of type date. Oops, I forgot a colon here. And it will also have pages, which is of type page snippet. Page snippet like this. This will be an array, but we don't have this page snippet. Let's create that in here. So interface page snippet, and then this page snippet will have an ID of string and also code. The code will be either string, or let's make it not. And now let's come down in here and return something. I'm going to return, let's create a div, and in this div, let's add a class name. We will add flex ID screen, and then bg will be, we will add a custom color, F0, F0, F0 like this, overflow hidden. Let's also add font sans. Let's come down in here, and we will do a side, because it will be a sidebar. Oops, not a side, it's a side. Let's do a side like this, and then this a side. Let's also add a class name to this one. We will add w or weight to be 72.5. Let's also add flex shrink 0. Let's also add bg to be the same bg that we added above, f0 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 like this. Let's also add border right, and border color I will do zinc 200 by 80 like this. Let's also add flex column and overflow hidden. Let's import this one in here, project client. It's not working. Let's import manually. Import project client from project client like this. We have grouped here, and we have grouped here. We have an error here, I think because this project item is an array like this. Now the error should go away. As you can see, the error has gone away. Okay, now let's come down here. I'm going to create another div. This is for tabs, so let me do it like this. And then let's add a class name to this one. I will just add flex and then gap 1. Let's also do p3 and pb2 like this. Come down inside this one, we will add another div. And in this div, let's also add a class name. This is for the search. Class name will be px3 and also pb3. Or we can do py3 like this. Let's come down in here, and now let's do div, and then this div let's add class name. We'll add flex items center get to bg white to 60, and let's also add border and border zinc 200. Let's also add rounded XL and also PX3 and PY2 like this. Now let's come down here. We will add a search icon. Let me do it like this. Search. It should import it from Lucid React, but I don't know why it's not importing. Let's import it manually. Import search from Lucid React like this. And now search is here. It should be searched. I think that's why it was not able to. Let's also add a class name to this search icon. We will do w3.5, w3.5, and height also the same, height 3.5. And let's also add text zinc 400. And let's also add flex shrink to be 0. And now let's come down and add our search input. Input type will be a text or type. You can ignore it if you want. And let's come down in here. We will add a value to be search. We are going to create this search state. We will also add on change, and then this on change will have e and then set search e.target.value. Let's also add placeholder, and the placeholder will be search projects like this. Let's also come down and add a class name. We will add bg transparent. We will add text sm and then text zinc 700. Let's also add placeholder text to be text zinc 400, text zinc 400. And let's also add focus. In the focus, we will add outline none and w full like this. And now we can create another divs here. We can list our projects, but I think it's better to create our states first. Let's go up and create our states first. At the very top in here, I'm going to create a router first. Const router, which will be use router. You can import use router from Next navigation. And now let's do const prompt and then set prompt. This will be use state, and by default it will be an empty string. Let's import use state from React, and let's come down. We will add const is loading, set is loading. Let's make it by default to be false. Let's also add const mode, and then set mode. Mode is for we will be able to design mobile apps and web apps. So I'm going to do use state, and let's add in here an enum. We will add app or web. Now let's also add search. Const search and then set search. We will do use state, and by default an empty string like this. Let's grab all the projects I'm coming down in here. Let's do a const all projects, which will be object dot values like this, and we will pass a group, and we will make it to be dot flat like this. And now let's come down. We will do const filtered equal search. If we have search, and then we will do all projects dot filter, and then let's do project, and then we'll do project dot name dot to lowercase dot includes search dot to lowercase, either this one or null, like this. Now let's go back to the let's come down again in here. This I misspelled this one. It's on change like this. And now let's come down where we have added this input. We can come down in here. Let's add the project list. I'm going to create another div in here. Let's add a class name to this div. Let's do flex 1 and also overflow y. Oops. Overflow y to be auto like this, and px3, pb4, and this y to be 5. And now let's come down in here. I'm just checking if filtered. Then what we are going to do, we are going to create another div. But otherwise, let's come down in here also. And for this one right now, let's do like this. But if it is filtered, let's create a div. And in this div, I'm going to add a class name, and then space y will be 1 like this. And let's come down in here. We will do filtered dot map, and then let's do project because it's filtered as a project, and let's do it to be like this. So I'm just going to pass project row, and then for this project row we need to pass the key first, which will be project.id, and also we will need to pass project, which is project. We will also need to pass router, which will be router, or you can create the router over there, it's up to you. And now let's come down here and we will say filter dot length, if it is 0 equals 0, and then in that case we are showing this one. We are just creating the p tag, and let's add a class name to this p tag, a text xs or sm. Let's do xs like this, and then text zinc 400 py4 and text center like this. And now let's come down. We will just say no projects found. When we are searching, if there is no projects, then we will show no projects found like this. We will create this project row soon, but let's first finish this part. In here, I'm going to say object.entries and then grouped dot map, and then in here let's grab the label and let's grab the label and projects like this, and let's come in here. We will say projects dot length. If the length is 0, then in that case we just do null. Otherwise, I'm going to return a div, and then this div, let's add a class name. Let's add a key first. Actually, key will be label, and now let's add We don't need to add a class name. We can come down and add a p here, and we will add a class name to this p. A class name text xs font semi bold, and also text zinc 400 like this, mb2 and px1 like this. And let's add our label here like this. Let's come down below this p, let's add another div, and let's add a class name to this div first. Class name space y will be 0.5 like this. And let's map through projects.map, and we will say let's do just p, and then this p let's add project row again that we created, that we don't have it yet. Let's add a key to be p.id, and let's also add project to be p, and router will be router like this. Okay, now it's time to create this project row, and then we will come and do the rest of them. You can create this project row at the top or at the bottom. Let's create it at the bottom. And const project row. This is an arrow function. Now this project row will accept some arguments. We need to pass some arguments. We need to pass project and router. Let's add type to them. Project type will be a project item like this, and also router type will be return type, return, and this will be type of use router like this. Let's come down here. We will just return it straight away, and in this return, let's return a button first. You can use Shansi NUI button, but I'm just going to use normal button like this. And in this button, let's add a class name first. Class name will be w full flex item center, and then gap 3 px2 py. Actually px py2, let's just do p2 like this, and around the xl. Let's also add hover. When we hover over this, bg white to 70 like this, and let's also add transition all and go and text left. And now in here, let's do project thumb or project thumbnail, and it's a self-closing tag. We don't have this yet, but we will create it soon. And let's pass project to be a project like this. Let's come down and add a div, and in this div let's add a class name first. It's flex1, and also minimum weight to be 0. Let's come down here, let's add a p tag, and in this p tag we will add a class name. Class name will be text sm. Let's do font medium. Let's do text zinc for zinc 800. It's a bit more darker. And let's also add truncate and leading tight like this. And inside this one, for the label, we will just do project.name like this. And below this p, let's add another div, and we will say it to be class name flex items center, and gap 1, and margin top empty 0.5. Let's come down in here. Let's add calendar. You can import it from Lucid React. And let's add a class name to this one. For the class name W3 and then H3. Let's also add text zinc 400. Let's add a span tag below this one. Let's add a class name to this span. Class name will be text XS, extra small, and then text zinc 400. And then let's add the label to be format date. We don't have this function yet, but we are creating it soon. Project the created at. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and create this project thumbnail and format date. Let's create the project thumbnail first. You can add above this one or below this one, doesn't matter. Let's add below this one. Const project thumb. Let's make it an arrow function. And then here we will need to pass some arguments to this one. We need to pass project, and then we need to add a type to the project. Project will be of type project item, like this. And now let's come down in here. Let's do const colors, because we will need to add some random colors. And for the colors, I'm just going to paste them here like this. So this one is blue, teal, violet, rose, amber, and slate. But you can add your own colors if you want. Now, below this one, let's come down and const index or idx. I'm just going to do project.name, and then the split. And then let's do dot reduce. A comma C. Let's wrap it like this. And then let's do A plus C dot sharp code at 0. And then we will pass 0 in here, also the default for reduce. And we will say modulus colors.length. So we will add a random color. And now let's come down. We will just return the markup here, div. And for this div, let's add a class name. A class name, because we are going to add some dynamic class name, so we will use this template literal W9 H9 rounded LG and linear to BR, like this. And then here we will pass the dynamic colors, and then idx. Instead of idx, let's change this to index. And then shrink 0 is flex shrink 0. Let's come down actually, and then here let's do overflow hidden and flex items center and justify center, like this. Now let's come down inside this one for, let's do project.pages. We will grab the first page. We will do dot code. If the code exists, then we will do div. Let's add a class name to this div. We will do w full h full, and let's also add scale to be, let's add a custom scale 0.08, like this, and origin top left, like this. Pointer events none. Let's make this div to be self-closing, and let's remove this one. And after this one, for the other one, if there is no code, then we will do div. This is also, let's make self-closing because we are not going to write anything inside it. Let's do class name. Let's do w4 and then height 4 border. Let's also add border white to 30, like this, and rounded SM, like this. Perfect. So this is our project thumb. It's just like some dummy thumbnails with some background colors. Nothing so fancy. Okay, our project thumb error has gone away. Now it's time for us to create the format date function. For this one, I'm going to create it at the very top. In here, before the project client, let's do const format date. This will be an arrow function, and we need to pass the date as an argument. Date will be of type date. And then here, let's do return new intl dot datetime format, intl dot datetime format. I spelled the time wrong, one I, and let's do English America. And for the second argument, we will do month to be short, day to be numeric, and year to be numeric. Numeric like this, and at the end, let's come down and do dot format, new date, and then pass the date that we have access. Okay, I think I misspelled that formatted below. Where was it? In here. So let's pass E here, like this. Perfect. Amazing job. I'm getting an error here and an error here. I think maybe there's some spelling mistake. Let's see. Project row. This is project. It should be project, like this. Perfect, and now the error has gone away. And now let's add an on click to this button. For the on click, let's add a function here, and we will say router.push. We will push it. Let's add a template later on first. We will push to projects. I think we name it projects, and then we will do project.id. We will redirect the user to this page. When someone click on that single project, we will redirect the user to this page. Perfect. Okay, now let's go up and create, we already have the input, but when someone press the submit button, we should be able to create the project. So let's go up in here and let's create a function. Const handle generate or handle or generate project, whatever you name. Async function, we will say text to be of type text is equal prompt by default. This is an arrow function. It doesn't mean to be arrow function. You can create any type of function. So first of all, we will check if not text.trim. If there is no text or there is no prompt or it's loading or if is loading, then we will just return. We will stop it. Stop the process. And in here, let's do set loading to true. And now let's create a try catch block. For the catch block, we'll leave it empty right now. But for the try block, let's do a const response equals await fetch and slash API slash projects slash generate. We don't have this API route yet, but we will create that soon. The method will be post. The headers will be a content type, which will be application JSON. Let's also add the body. The body will be JSON.stringify, and we will pass the prompt to the text. Or you can name it prompt, whatever you want. I need to wrap it like this. And now let's come down after this response. In here, let's do const project ID. We will only grab the project ID from await response.json like this. And at the end, we will do router.push. We will push to projects and then slash project ID. Once the project is saved to database, we will push to project/project ID page. For the catch, let's grab the error here or just E, and right now we will just do console.error. We just pass the error, and we will also need to add a finally block, and then here we'll set is loading to false again. And now let's go down and use this function where we created this aside, and after this aside, let's create a div. Let's finish our markup this time. I'm going to add a class name flex1, and let's also do flex column overflow hidden like this, and position relative. Let's also add bg to be, we will add a custom background f0 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 F0, F0, F0 like this. And let's also add a custom style also. For the custom style, I'm just going to add some background image. It's just some kind of radial gradient. And let's also add a background size here. For the background size, I'm just saying 24 pixel and 24 pixel like this. And inside this div, let's add a header actually. Header. And let's add a class name to this header. Class name will be flex item center and justify between, and also px6 py3 bg transparent. And now let's come down and add another div here. In this div, let's add a class name flex items center and gap 2. Let's come down and add a span, and let's add a class name to this span. Class name, we will say text XL like this, and let's do font bold. Let's also do text zinc 900. Let's also add tracking type like this, and for the name to be stick. This is our application name. And now let's come down below this div. We will add another div. Let's add a class name to this one. We'll do flex item center and gap 1 like this. Let's come down inside this one, add another div. This div will be self-closing for now, but later on we will add user profile here. Let's add, actually we can leave it right now. We'll say user. Right now we can just say user, but we will add user card later on in this one. User card, we can say. Okay, now let's come down of this header, and then here, I don't know, let's do create a main tag. And in this main tag, let's add a class name. Class name will be flex1 flex column items center and justify center. Let's also add px8 pb12 and overflow y to be auto. Let's come down and add a div here. In this div, let's add a class name. Class name will be w full and max w to be 155. Let's also add a space y to be 6, and let's come down here. Let's add an h1. We will need to add a class name to this h1. I'm just going to add a custom text size. Text will be 55 pixel like this, and font bold. Let's also add text zinc 900 and leading. I'm going to add a custom leading 1.05 like this. Let's also add tracking to be type, and for the label I'm just going to say welcome to stick. And now let's come down of h1. Let's create another div here, and inside this div let's add a class name. Class name will be bg white, but bg white by 90. Let's do backdrop blur sm like this. Let's add a border to this one, and border zinc 200 like this. Let's do rounded to XL, shadow SM, overflow hidden, and come down. Let's add a text area. Because we didn't install CN UI components, we can create like custom text area, the traditional HTML way. We will add the value to be prompt. Let's come down, and then here we will do on change to be E, and then set prompt e dot target value. Let's come down on key down. On key down, we will do handle key down. Handle key down. Let's create this handle key down at the top in here. Const handle key down like this. Let's create an error function for this one, and let's pass the e here. E will be of type react dot keyboard event and HTML text area element. HTML text area element like this. And let's come down. If e dot key equal enter, only if it is enter and not e dot shift key, then in that case we will do e dot prevent default and we will do handle generate, the above function. Let's go back down in here, handle key down, and in here let's add a placeholder. For the placeholder, I'm just, because we are going to generate both mobile and web application, I'm just saying mode. If mode is equal app, I'm just saying for the placeholder to be design, I don't know, design mobile app. But if it is web, we will say design a web app, something like this. And let's come down and add a disabled when it should be disabled when it is loading, like this. Let's also add rows to be 4 by default. And let's come down and add a class name. For the class name, let's do w4. Let's do bg transparent. Also text sm. Let's also do text zinc 800. Placeholder for this one, text zinc 400. And let's also add the focus. When it is focused, outline none, like this. Let's come down and then here let's add some more clauses. Resize none. We don't want it to be resizable. px5. Let's also add pt4 and pb2 like this. Let's do leading relaxed and disabled. When it is disabled, opacity to be 50. And now let's come down because we need to add the mobile icon and web icon inside this text area. Let's do div and let's add a class name, flex items center. Let's also do justify between px4, pb3 and pt1. Let's come down inside this one. We add another div, and in this div also let's add a class name. A class name flex items center and gap 1. Let's come down inside this one. Let's add a button, and for this button let's add a class name because we will add some conditional class names. Let's do it in template literals. Flex item center. Let's add gap 1.5, ex 2.5, 2.5 like this, and py1. Let's do rounded lg, text xs, font media. Let's come down. Let's add some more classes. Transition all, and then here I'm going to add the conditional classes. If mode equal app, then let's do, I don't know, bg zinc 100, this one to be like this, bg zinc 100 and text zinc 800. But if it is not app, if it is web, let's do text zinc 400 and let's also add hour on hour text zinc 600. It's just some styles. It's up to you. You cannot, if you don't want, you can remove like this conditional class. And inside this button, let's add the smartphone icon from Lucid React. A smartphone you can import from Lucid React, and let's add a class name to this one. Class name W will be, I don't know, let's do W4 and H4 like this. And now let's add an on click to this button. On click will be an arrow function. We'll just set mode to be app in here. Now let's copy this button because the other one will be exactly like this one. And this time we will set the mode to be web. The rest of them, the style will be the same. And for this, instead of this smartphone icon, we will just import monitor icon from Lucid React. You can also add a text here to be app and the text here to be web. And now let's come down and add our button, submit button. So let's do div. Let's add a class name to this div. Will be flex and item center. Let's do gap 2. Inside this one, let's add a button, and in this button, let's add a class name. Class name will be W7, H7, W7, and then H7. Let's also add it, make it to be flex items center, justify center, and BG zinc 900 like this. And let's make it when disable BG zinc 200. Disable and then BG zinc 200 like this. Let's come down and add some more classes to this one. When we hover on hover, let's do BG zinc, I don't know, 600. Let's do a rounded LG, a transition all, and text white. This, when it is disabled, let's do text zinc 400. And now let's come down in here. We will just check if it is loading. Then in that case, let's do loader circle from Lucid React. And then let's add a class name to this one. Class name we will do W3 and height 3. And let's also add animate spin. But if it is not loading, let's add arrow up from Lucid React, and let's add a class name to this one. Class name will be the same, like weight 3 and height 3, the same weight and height that we added for the loading. And I think that's it. We are all done. If we go and check in the browser, let's go and check in the browser. Let's go to a project, and then new. It's projects, not project. Okay, perfect. This is our app, but it's not covering full weight. We will fix that one soon. But as you can see, it's looking nice and clean here. I think let's make this one to be rounded full. So in this button, let's do this to be rounded full, and this time it's rounded full. Let's go ahead and fix the weight also. Let's also add the weight to the screen also, or W full, and then main W screen like this. And this time if we check, it's full weight and full height. So this is our recent projects. We don't have any project yet, and we can switch between app and web. When we click on web, it says design a web app, and when we click on app, it says design a mobile app. Perfect. Amazing work. Now, I think our video is so long, but still we can create our very first API. So let's go in here. Under the app, we already have API, but under the API, let's create a new folder. We will name it projects. And then under the projects, we will create another folder. We will name it generate. And under the generate, we will create a file route.ts. It's a basic Next.js route. So we'll do export async function post. This is how Next.js route is working. We will need to grab request, which is of type request like this, and let's do it to be, let's create a try catch block. For the try block, we will do, for the try catch, for the catch we will get the e, and right now let's just do console.error. We just pass the e here. And for the try block, let's grab the prompt first. Cons prompt, which will be await request, request.json. We grab the prompt from request.json, and then here we will create a project, const project, and we will say await db. We need to import db from libdb, db.project.create, and then for the data we will pass the name. The name will be prompt.split. You can create the name by AI itself, but I'm just using prompt.split.slice, and then from 0 to 3, and then join by empty string, and we will just say plus, like dot, like this. This is the name, and let's also pause the prompt, and let's pause the status. In this case, it's analyzing, and let's pass the user ID, and for now, let's just pass some dummy user ID, but we will do that in the next chapter. We will fix this one, and at the end, in here, let's return next response. You can import from next server. Next response.json, and then here we will say a project. We'll pass the whole project, but you can pass just the project ID if you want. Let's just pass the project ID, and instead of console log, we can keep the console log, but let's also do the fix the catch block. We will just say return next response.json, and then in here we will say that error, internal server error, and let's add the status to be 500. The status 500, like this. Okay, let's try it out. I'm going to say design e-commerce dashboard. If we click on this one, it's not working. I think we forgot something. Let's go back to our VS Code. And then here, let's come down where we have our button in here. Oh, I think I forgot to add the on-click here. On-click, let's do handle generate like this. Because it's a promise, let's do it to be like this. And then we will make it an arrow function like this. And this time, if we go ahead and try to create a project, let's do again this one, design an e-commerce dashboard. Click on submit. It is going to redirect us to the single project ID page, but because we don't have that page yet, we are getting 4 of 4. Perfect. But our results should have already been saved in the database. Let's go to Scarlet Draw because this chapter is already so long. We created our project ID page. We created the route for our project, and we are fetching or getting project by ID, which is this one. And actually we didn't do this one, so this one we will do in the next chapter because this chapter is already so long. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 4, we are going to finish this one. This is from the previous chapter. We didn't finish this part because our chapter was getting so long. So in this chapter, we are going to fetch or get project by ID, and we will also create project ID page. Let's start by creating project ID page first, because right now, if we check our project, is getting undefined when we are creating a project first. If I go back to the new, and then if we create another project, again, we will get undefined. So let's fix that one first. We will create a project ID page first. Let's go to our VS Code. And then here, let me close all the open editors and also the dropdown. Let's go to app, and then under projects, in here, let's create a new folder because it will be a dynamic route. So for dynamic routes, we will wrap it in brackets like this, and we will name it ID. The name doesn't matter. You can name it project ID or just ID because we already have projects here. So it doesn't make sense to do it project ID again. So it's projects and then ID. That should be fine. And then under this ID, let's create a new file, page.tsx, like this. We can copy exactly the contents of this file because this is also page, and paste it here. Let's save it. We are definitely going to change these things. So let's remove all these things. Let's also remove this one, but this one, project page, let's name it project ID page, like this. We don't need this project client. We will remove that soon. But before that, actually, let's straight away start creating our markup. So I'm going to remove everything from here, and this one also, because we don't need this one. Let's do return, and in this return, let's create a main tag. You can create a div tag, but I'm going to create a main tag. Class name, relative, hide screen. Let's do w full and overflow hidden, like this. And now let's come down in here. I'm going to add a nav bar here. We don't have this nav bar yet, but we will create it soon. We are going to pass project name here, which will be project.name. Project.name. We will also going to pass status, project.status, and we will need current state, like this. And the current state will be project.current state, like this. We will also need to pass the design. We also need to add design canvas here. Design canvas. A design canvas, this is the main part of this chapter. So in this design canvas, let's pass some props here also. We will pass pages, and in the pages we will do project.pages. We will also pass is generating, which will be is generating. These are the main components that we need to add. And now let's come down. We also need to add a panel. We will name it agent panel, and then let's pass some props to this one also. We will need to pass prompt. Prompt will be project.prompt, and then agent message. This one will be project.agent message. Let's also pass current state, which will be project.current state. Let's also pass status, which will be project.status. And let's come down and pass total pages, because every time we create a design, it may create multiple pages, so we have to pass the total pages here. Project.total pages. Let's also pass done pages, so how many pages are done, and project.done pages, like this. Let's also add another component. We will create all of them soon, and we will name it a status bar, like this. And for to this one, we need to pass prompt, which will be project.prompt. We also need to pass status, which will be project.status, like this. We only need to pass two properties here. And then the next one will be chat bar or chat, I don't know, chat input, whatever we name. Should we name it chat bar or chat box? Let's do chat bar, doesn't matter. So it's just a name. And then to this one, we will pass project ID, which will be project.id. ID. So it will have idea about the existing project. For example, when you are typing something in the current chat bar, it will understand that which project you are, and then based on that project, if you want to generate extra screens, or if you generate the mobile version of that same screen. So it has the idea about your project, and it can generate accordingly. And let's also add suggestions. The suggestions will also be generated by AI itself. So project dot status, if it is completed, if it is completed, then we will do project dot suggestions. Otherwise, we will do an empty array like this. Let's also pass tips, or just tip, not tips. For the tips, we will pass is generating. If it is generating, then we will pass tips.tip index, tips, and then we don't have these tips yet, but we will create soon. And then let's do tip index. We don't have tip index also, and then undefined. You may say that we don't have any of them. We are creating them soon. Let's start by creating tips first. So what I'm going to do, I already have tips prepared for you, so I'm just going to paste it at the very top in here like this. So we have tips. It's just a few tips. So the zoom level lets you select an area, and then another tip, you can ask for a specific outcome. Another tip, click on a frame to see options like regenerate, exporter, and delete. Some tips. You can add more tips if you want. And now in here, we can keep this one to be server side, or we can keep it to be client side, because this page, it doesn't matter, because we are going to protect this one in the route itself. For the route itself, we will protect it. We will not let any unauthorized user to type anything, but we will create a proper authentication. That's why I think we can mark this page to be used client, the page itself. Let's do that. Use client. And now let's create an interface at the very top in here, interface, and then let's say project ID props or states, whatever you name. And then let's do it. It will have an ID of type string. It will have a name of type string. It will also have a prompt, which is also of type string. It will also have status, type string. It will also have agent message, type string. It will also have current state, also of type string. It will also have total pages, which will be of type number, and then done pages, also of type number, like this, and also suggestions. Suggestions will be a string array, and let's also add pages to be of type page. Let's make the current state to be either a string or null, because by default it may be null. Now let's come down. We will create an ID const. We grab the ID of the page from use params. You can import from next navigation, and then let's make it to be like this. ID will be of type string. Let's also add create project state, const project, and set project. We will use state from React. Because this is a client component, we can use hooks. And let's pass in here this one to be either project ID props that we created above, or null. And by default, we will make it null, like this. Let's come down and say tip index, const tip index, set tip index, and then let's use state, and by default make it 0. Let's also add error, const error, and set error, and let's use state, and by default we will make it false. I think it's better to use is error because it makes more sense. Is error, and set is error, and by default we don't have any error, so it's false. And let's create another one, which is a ref one, const status ref, let's do use ref imported from React, and it can be of type string, and by default let's do IDLE. If you remember, we created this one in our Prisma. And now let's come down in here. We will check if we have error. Not error, if is error. If we have error, then we will say return. And then in this return, let's create a div. Let's add a class name to this div. We will make it hide full screen and w full. Let's also do flex item center, justify center, and bg zing 50 like this, in case if you have any error. And then let's come down, we add a p tag here, and in this p tag let's add a class name. Let's do text zing 400, and then let's do text sl. Let's add the text itself. We will say project not found. Project not found. In here we can either create a loading state, or we can just check it by project. Let's just check it by project. If not project yet, not project, so project hasn't been loaded yet, so it means it's still loading. So let's do it to be, we will show a loader return. We will create the loader in here itself. We will create a div, and let's do add a class name to this div. I will do hide screen w full flex item center and justify center like this. Let's come down and add another div here, and then in this another div let's do class name flex column items center and gap 3 like this. Let's come down, and in this one let's add another div, and let's add a class name. I will add a specific height and weight w7 h7. Let's also do border to be 2, also border zing, which is zing 400, and let's also border top to be zing 700. Border top or border T to be zing 700. Let's make it rounded full and also animate spin. And now let's come down in here. We will add a span, and in this span let's add a class name, a text zing 700. Let's do 400, and text xs, so it will be extra small. And now let's come down. We will say loading project and then dot 3 dots like this. And let's also add a background color to this one, a custom background color. I will say bg and then e8, something like that. E8. You can add like a different color if you want. And then I'm going to add a style, and then here let's do radial gradient, and let's do circle b8 like this, 1 pixel, and let's also do transparent 1 pixel. Since I'm here, I'm going to add a background size also. Background size will be 24 pixel and 24 pixel like this. Amazing. So we did a lot of them, but let's create this is generating. I'm going to create it. Actually, we can create it below this one. So in here, I will do const is generating, and we will check if project.status is analyzing, or project.status equal is generating. if it is generating or if it is analyzing, then it means it is generating our project because we added these steps. So the error for this one has gone away. For most of the props, we don't have any error right now. And now let's start by creating our nav bar. So I'm going to components, and under components, let's create navbar.tsx. Let's export default function, and we'll say navbar, or we can just say navbar like this. And then in this navbar, as you remember, we are passing some props, project name, status, and current step. Let's add them. You can add an interface at the top. Let's do that actually. We can create an interface at the top. Interface, and then navbar props. And then let's create project name, which is of type string. Most of them are string. Status is of type string, and also current step. It will be either string or not, like this. And now in here, let's destructure from navbar props. And what we are going to destructure, project name, status, and current step, like this. And now let's come down in here, and we will just say is generating. For is generating, we can exactly copy from here and paste it here. Is generating, but this time instead of project.status, we just need status because we already have access to status here. And now let's return. We will return a div, and then inside this div, let's do add a class name. I will add a position absolute, and then top 0. Let's do left also 0. Let's do right also 0. Oops, not ring. Right 0. And then z index will be 50. Oops, not zoom. Z will be 50. Z index 50. Flex item center justify between px4 py 2.5, like this. And let's come down, add some more classes. We will add bg wide by 80, and backdrop. For backdrop, let's do blur md, and let's do border bottom and border zinc, because we are using zinc across our app. So zinc 200 by 70. Okay, now let's come down, add another div, and then this one also let's add a class name. For the class name, let's do flex item center and gap 3, like this. Let's come down and let's do button, and then this button, let's add a class name. For the class name, we'll do text sm. Let's also add font semi-bold, text zinc 800, like this. And let's also add the hover state. For the hover, we will do text zinc 500, and let's also add transition colors. And then here in this button, we will add the project name like this. Now come below this div in here, and we are saying f is generating. Then in that case, we will show, let's do a div, and then in this div, let's add a class name, add flex items center gap 2, and text zinc 400, like this. Let's add loader icon 2. loader 2 imported from Lucid React. And let's add a class name to this one also. Class name, let's do W to be 3, height 3, animate spin, like this. So it's animating. Let's also add a span tag. And in this span tag, let's add a class name. Class name will be text XS, which is extra small. Let's also add font medium. And for the span label itself, we will do current step generating screen. We don't need this part. We can remove both of them. In our nav bar, it will be from left to right. So this part will be not the whole part. This part will be the left side, and this part will be the center, and then the next one will be the right side. Let's do the right side here, div, and then let's add a class name, flex, items center, and then gap 2. For the right side, we will show only user avatar with username, so people can click on the username or user avatar and then log out from there and go to their settings, their change password and those things. So let's do div, another div, and then this div can be self-closing right now, or actually let's do user card here. We will change that to user card later. And now let's go back to our page. We added this nav bar imported from components, UI components like this. And now the main part starts, which is the design canvas. This is the main part. Let's go back to our components in here. Let's create design canvas. Let me copy everything from navbar and paste it here. And we are going to remove all these things. We will remove this is generating, and let's create design canvas props. Instead of navbar props, we will do design canvas props. Let's change this one first to be, let's first change this one from navbar to design canvas. And now in the design canvas props, let's remove them and let's add pages, which will be of type page. You can import from types. We will create that soon. Actually, let's create that now. Let's create a folder at the root of our directory, and we will name it types. And then this types, let's do create index.ts. And I already prepared the types for you. I can explain for you. So the first one is a page type. Either it's dashboard, landing page, e-commerce, form, settings. You can add more. There are just some tips that we are giving to AI, so it will understand. And the project status, I got this one from the schema Prisma. If I show you, if I open schema.prisma, they are here. So enum, ideally, analyzing, generating, and completed phase, they are all from there. And then we have only 3 interfaces. Page, the page is like ID string, and then blah blah blah. We have added that in the nav. Was it in the nav bar or in here? Project ID prompts. That's that one. The only thing that I added extra is created that and updated that. And the next one is the project itself. We are getting only ID, name, prompt, and status page, user ID, and created and updated it. And then the next one is prompt history item. And it has only ID. It has only ID, prompt, and created. Okay, now in this page, previously we imported this page from a Prisma client, but we are going to import it from, if I save this time, it has been imported from types. For this one also, for the design canvas, this is an array of pages. So if I save, it should be imported from types. And let's also add is generating, and then this one also be of type Boolean. Let's make it optional, not a required field. which will be of type boolean, and then on delete page. We can add the on delete later on, because I think we didn't add it in the actual page also. So now let's pause pages here, and also is generating. Now let's do return, and then let's do a div. In here, I'm going to add a class name to this div. For the class name, I will make position absolute and inset 0, and also from top 12 point, I don't know, top 12.25. And now for the next one, because we want zoom effect and then pan effect, zoom in, zoom out, all those effects. So I'm going to use a library which is called the React Zoom Pan Pinch. Let's open it. Let's go to the browser and check for that. React Zoom Pan Pinch. It is this one. And if you open it, let's open the GitHub page. It's a well-known library. And if you come down, it says how to install. Let's copy this command and install it. I'm going to my terminal. Let's shut down it and paste it here. As you can see, because I'm using npm, it takes a while to install even a single library, because npm is super slow. As you can see, it may take like 4 or 5 seconds. But if you use pnpm or bun, they're super fast. I was using pnpm, it's amazing. Let's do npm run div again. And now if you check their documentation, we can import transform wrapper and then transform component. Let's copy them, and then the rest of them, we will use these two components. Let's copy them and go here, and let's import it here, and let's copy, for example, this part also, and then paste it here. For the image, instead of this image, let's create just a div, and then we will add a class name w10, and then height also 10, and then rounded lg bg bgy, and shadow lg, like this. And inside this one we will do content. Let's also do flex, make it center flex, and then items center, and justify the set. And let's go here, and we have design canvas already being imported. We don't have any error in that one, but let's comment the other three, and let's just check design canvas, because we want to experiment with this a transform wrapper from React Zoom Pan Pinch. Okay, perfect. Now in here, I'm in project new. Let's create a new project. Design a landing page. Click on submit, and so I don't know, it still says loading the project, but it doesn't look good. We will fix this one soon. Let me close this, all of them, and let's finish our Zoom Pan Pinch first. Or let's go to create our API route first. Let's go to APIs. In here, we already have projects, and then we have generate, but let's also create a new folder, which is the ID, dynamic ID. This name should match this name that we created here. Let's create a route.ts inside this ID. In here, let's export async function, and this one will be get, capital letters like this, and let's pass request to be request, And let's also pass params. And params will be a promise ID string. Param will be promise and then ID, which is of type string like this. Let's come down in here. We just get we are going to get const ID from params, await params like this. And now let's come down. We get the project const project, which will be await db. You can import db from libdb dot project dot find unique like this. We are finding a unique project where id is of type id, and we are not going to grab everything. Actually, we can do it like this. And now let's save it. And now let's come down and return this one. We will check if not project. If project doesn't exist, then we will do return next response imported from next server.json, and then let's do error. For the error we will say not found, and for the status we will say 404. Okay. Now, but if there is project, we need to also find the pages related to that project. So let's do const pages, which will be await db dot pages dot find many, because a project will have many pages. And then in here, let's do where project ID will be ID that we have access to that in here. And then let's do order by created app, and then descend. Let's do ascending actually. Ascend. And now in here, let's return next response dot json and the full project, everything that is available in the project, and suggestions. For the suggestions, we will do project dot suggestions, project dot suggestions if there is suggestions, because maybe suggestion is empty or null. So if we have suggestions, then we will do json.parse project.suggestions, and then we will make them, let's do it like this, project.suggestions as a string array. But if there is no suggestions, then we'll just return an empty array. And then the next one, we will return the pages like this. So we'll return the full projects, we will return suggestions, but we will check if suggestion is empty. If suggestion is there, we will parse them, because right now it's a string, and we will parse it to JSON, and also we will return the pages. And now let's go to our pages, because this is already a client component. We can do use effect here. So there are multiple ways to keep checking the status of your project. One of the ways using WebSockets, and you can check the status in real time. And the good thing is that Inngest already have a package called Inngest Real Time. And another way is that you can use pulling. So keep pulling from your database in every 2 to 3 seconds to check the status of your project. And because I used Inngest Real Time in 2 of my previous projects, that's already in YouTube. But for this one, I'm going to show you how you can do pooling. Okay, let's do it here. Use effect, import it from React, and then let's just pass an empty array, but we will change it soon. And inside this use effect, let's create a variable first. We will name it cancelled. You can name it whatever you want. and by default make it false, so it's not cancelled. And let's also create a timer ID. This one will be, let's add a type to this one. Return type. Return type for this one will be type of set timeout. Type of set timeout, like this. And now let's come down, create an async function. You can create an error function, it's up to you. Fetch once, or you can name it whatever you want. And inside this one, let's add a try catch block. Let's start from a try block because we already created our route. Let's do const response equal await, and then fetch. We are going to fetch /API/projects, and from this route project, and then we'll pass the ID because that's a dynamic ID. We already have access to ID from here. So now we will check if not response.ok, we will also check if not cancelled. If not cancelled, then in that case we will just do set error. Actually set is error. Set is error, and then we will make it true, like this, and then we will return, which will stop the process. And now let's come down after this if, because if there is response.ok, then it means we have some data. So we will say const data is await response.json. And now let's say the status ref dot current, we will make it data dot status. Let's mark this one to be as a project. We can keep it like this, and let's make it as a project ID props, like this. And now the error from this one has gone away. And let's also set the project to be data, like this. But in the catch, let's come here. We will say if not cancelled, then we will do set is error to true. And let's also add a finally block. In the finally also we will check if not cancelled, then we will do schedule. We don't have this function yet. It's not scheduler, it's just schedule. We don't have this function yet, but we are creating it right now. So let's create this outside of this fetch once, and we will do function schedule. Oh, I think I forgot the D there. Let's copy this one. Schedule function schedule, and then let's do it in here, const active, and then for this active we will check status ref dot current. If it is analyzing, we have it in here. So if it is analyzing or generating, we can copy this one and come here, if status ref, but instead of project status, we already have a status ref. If it is analyzing or if it is generating, let's copy the status ref and paste it here. If it is analyzing or generating, then we will set the timer ID. We will change the timer ID. So we will do timer ID will be set timeout, and then we'll do fetch once, and we will do active 1200 milliseconds or 8 milliseconds. Sorry, 8000 milliseconds. And now let's come down in here, and for the first time we do fetch once. So once the page loads, we should fetch once, and every 1200 milliseconds or 8 1000 milliseconds, we should fetch it again. And at the end, we just need to return or clean up our use effect. For the return, we do cancelled true, so it has been cancelled. And let's also do a clear timeout timer ID. Clear timeout, which will be timer ID, like this. We also need to pass in here the ID. Every time the ID changes, we are going to update these things. I'm getting an error here because I think my VS Code automatically changed this to a const. It should be let, and now the error should go away. Now let's go ahead and create a new project. Let's go to the browser. Okay, let's try to create a project. Design an e-commerce dashboard. Oh, we are getting undefined again. I think I got the issue. Why? Because when we create a project, let me show you in the VS Code, in the routes where we created this generate route, we don't have a user ID. We have a fake dummy user ID. So let's fix that one. I'm going to create a session, getting session checkout inside the lib folder. So in the lib folder, I'm going to create auth utils.ts, and then here let's do it to be like this. Export const. I will do auth session, and then this one will be an async function. And then let's do a try catch block, and in the catch block, let's just throw new error. We will just say unauthorized, and we will just say no valid session found, something like this. And now let's go to try block, and then here let's do const session, and let's say auth. We can import auth from auth, from lib auth.api.get session, and we need to pass headers. And for the headers, we will say await headers. You can import these headers from next headers. And now let's come down. We will just check if there is no session. If no session, we will throw new error. The same thing that we did here. Throw new error, unauthorized, no valid session found. Same thing. Otherwise, if there is session, we will just return the session like this. And now I'm going to create another function. I will name it export const auth is required. Auth is required. And let's do an async function. And then here let's do const session. We will use await auth session, the function that we created above. And now let's check if not session. If there is no session, we will just redirect the user to sign in page. Redirect, you can import redirect from next navigation, and then we will do /sign in like this. But if there is session, we will just return the session like this. Let's also add if authentication is not required, because for example in the landing page we don't need authentication. Is not required. Auth is not required. This is another function. And for this one, we will just check if there is session. If there is session, then we will redirect to home page. If someone is already authenticated, so we will block the sign in and sign up page for them. Okay, now we can go to this generate route, and we can replace this user ID with the actual user ID. So let's do const session await auth session that we created in right now. And now instead of this fake and dummy user ID, we will do session.user.id like this. Let's make this as string. so it will not complain. And this time, if we check in the browser, let's do it. Let's go back to the new page. Let me refresh this. Let's say design a e-commerce dashboard. We'll choose web and press enter. And as you can see, we are being redirected to the project page, the project ID page. This is the project ID page. So this is the content that I told you previously. This is, we can drag and drop because of that React zoom pin punch, but it is very small, so it's only this much. We can fix that one soon. And as you can see, it's generating screen, and then here, this is the name of the project. It should be design an e-commerce dashboard, and then here we will replace this one with user card, but right now it's just dummy user card text. Perfect. Let's first fix this one. So we should be able to drag anywhere in the page. Okay, let's fix this one first. Let's go back to our VS Code, and we can go to design canvas, and then here, instead of actually we can keep that one, but now in here let's actually create a ref first. We'll name it cons canvas ref, and then we'll say use ref because this is a cloud component. We can use ref from React, and then let's pass it null, and let's add a type to this one to be HTML definite, like this. Let's mark the whole component to use cloud, and now let's pass some props to this transform wrapper. The first props we are going to pass will be minimum scale. The minimum scale we will say to be 0.05, and then let's do max scale to be 2. Max scale, let's pass it 2. Let's also do limit to bounds, and we can make it true or false. For now, let's make it true. Let's also do initial scale, and we'll pass scale here. We need to create this scale at the top, and here I'm going to create it const scale, which will be 0.4, the initial scale. And let's also do init y and the init x here. Const init x, initial x position, or initial, and this one will be 80 minus canvas padding, and then times scale. We will also need to add initial y position, init y, and then this one also will be 80 minus canvas padding dot scale. We don't have this canvas padding yet, but let's go out and create them. I'm going to create it here at the very top. Const canvas padding, and by default make it 600 right now. We can change that later. Okay, perfect. Now let's add the rest of our properties. Initial scale, initial position x will be init x, initial position y will be init y. Let's also do panning. For the panning, this is an object. We can exclude. Let's do excluded, and then this one will accept an array. We'll exclude input. We will exclude button and text area. Button and text area. You can exclude other HTML elements also, for example, radio button or checkbox. Let's also do will. So this will is when you like move your mouse to zoom out and zoom in. The smaller the number, the smoother the zoom out and zoom in effect will be. If the number is bigger, and then the zoom out and zoom in will be will not be like that smooth. Let's do a step, and then for the step we will do 0.04, making it extra small to be more smooth. And now let's come down and say double click, and let's disable it. If you don't disable double click, when you double click it will zoom out or zoom in, but I'm going to disable it. So by double clicking it should not zoom out and zoom in. And now in here also I'm going to add a class name here. So wrapper class, and for the wrapper class let's mark it to be important, w full, and let's do make it important to be height also full. Cursor, let's do cursor grab, and when it is active let's do cursor grabbing like this. This is the wrapper style, but we also need to add the wrapper. This is the wrapper class, sorry. We need to add the wrapper style also, wrapper style. And for the wrapper style, let's do background. For the background, we have to do the same background that we did for the new page. I'm going to just copy from there and paste it here. If you don't remember, it was in here, project new and then project client. We added a background. Where was it? This one. So this is the same background. It will be some dots. And then for the background position and background color, also I'm going to add the same thing. For the background color, we can move this one to Tailwind classes. Let's add it here, BG, and then a custom color to be this one. Okay. Now, let's check this time the browser and see what's going on. Perfect. This time, as you can see, we can move across the screen, but that's super small. I think let's make this a height to be, I don't know, 90. And then let's also make the text size, text to be 9XL. Oh, it's added here. So it's now, as you can see, we can move it anywhere that we want. Perfect. Amazing job. Oh, well, still we don't have that dot background, but I'm going to check why it's not there, and I will add it. Okay, looking perfect. Let's go back to VS Code. Okay, now let's remove this div, and let's add a div here, and we will add a class name. Let's do flex and item stop. Let's come down in here. I'm going to add a custom style. Oops. Not there, but inside this div. You can add in the tailwind class also, but I found this to be easier because we are adding variables. So padding will be canvas padding, canvas pad like this. Let's do gap to be frame gap. We don't have this yet, but we will create this soon. Minimum weight. This one will be, let's make this template literal, and then let's pass canvas pad times 2, and then plus, not outside but inside, pages dot length like this, and also times frame weight times plus frame gap, and at the end we will add a pixel. This one we will wrap inside the braces, so this should be frame weight plus frame gap first, and then times pages dot length. So now let's go up and create this frame gap and frame weight first. And the same place that we created canvas pad at the very top, we are going to create a frame gap and frame weight. oops, not like this, const frame gap. This one will be 120, and also const frame weight. Frame weight will be 1440, like this. I think I misspelled the other one. Let's go down, and yes, this should be frame weight, like this. Perfect. And the pixel should be smaller p and smaller x. And let's do the minimum height. Minimum height to be, let's do 2000 pixel. And now let's come down outside, inside this div. Let's do pages.map. We will grab the page, and then we will say, let's come down actually, and then in here we will say page dot generating, if it is generating, and not page dot code if page doesn't have any code. Page dot code, then in that case we are just going to show the skeleton frame. Skeleton frame. We don't have this skeleton frame yet, but we are going to create that soon, and we will pass the key to be page.id, and we will also need to pass the name to be page.name. But if we have the code and it's not generating, then in that case, let's do this one. We'll show the screen frame. We don't have this screen frame also, but we will create that soon also. We'll pass the key, which is page.id, and we will pass the page, which will be page itself. We also need to pass, I think that's it for now. Okay, this is when we have pages, but let's come down, and then here we will say if there is no pages, if pages.length is 0, pages.length, if it is 0, and also it's not generating, and not is generating, then in that case we will show some text. Let's create a div first, and then in this div let's add a class name, flex column, items center, justify center, gap 3. Let's also do text zinc 400, and then 400 to 50, and select none, like this. Let's also add a padding top also, pt to be, let's do 5, pt 5. And let's come down, add another div. Actually, we don't need to add another div, we just need to add a p tag actually. P tag, and then let's add a class name to this p tag. We'll say text 2xl, and let's also do font light, and then I'm saying enter a prompt to start generating. Enter a prompt to start generating. Perfect. I think we are all done. We need to create this skeleton frame and screen frame. Let's create the skeleton frame in this page itself. We can come down and create it below this component, and let's do const, or let's do function skeleton frame, and then let's pass some arguments. We need to pass the name, and then the name will be of type string. Let's do a return here. We'll return a div, and let's add a class name to this div. Class name flex column, and then gap 2. Let's also add a inline style. You can add like in the tailwind class also, but I'm going to use inline style. And then in here we will do width, a frame width, that we created above. Now let's come down, and then here we add another div. Let's do class name flex items center and also gap 2 px1 and height 8. Let's also add another div here. Add a class name to this div. Class name weight should be, let's do 4, and height also 4. Let's do rounded SM, and bg let's do gray 500. Let's also do animate pulse, and let's come down and add a span here. And for this span, let's add class name text. Let's do gray, I don't know, gray 900, and then text SX, XS, and font medium. For the label, we just say name. We have access to name as a prop here, or as an argument. Okay, perfect. Now let's come down of this div. Let's add another div, and then here let's do class name. We say bg gray 400 again. Let's do rounded 2xl, and border gray. Let's do gray 400, and let's do overflow hidden, and also position relative. We can come down in here. Actually, let's add a style, inline style that we added in here. Similar inline style. We will add the weight to be again frame weight, and let's also add the height to be, for now I'm just hardcoding it, 1600. And now let's come down in here, and in here let's add another div. Let's add a class name to this one, height 10, or you can add your own height if you want. bg gray, let's do 500 flex item center and px 4 and gap 2, like this. Now let's come down, and I'm going to do like this, array.from, and then length will be, let's do 4.map, and then let's grab the I or the item, and then here let's return a div, and then in this div let's add a key first. Key will be item, and then let's add a class name. Class name will be height 28. Let's do bg gray 500, also rounded xl. Let's also do animate pulse, because I'm getting an error here because the key can be null or undefined. Let's fill it with 0. But fill, all of them will be 0. But in in this case again, it will be like it will say that one div, multiple divs will have the same key. So what I can do instead of, I will get the item and index. Item and index. So instead of item, we will pass index here. Let's make this div to be self-closing because we don't need anything inside this one. Let's add a style, inline style, and then let's add animation delay. Animation delay, open template literal, and then here let's do index times 0.15 seconds. And now let's come down of this div. We are going to add another div. This one also will be self-closing, and let's add a class name to this one. Class name will be height 48, it will be one div, and then w full bg gray 500 rounded xl, and let's also do animate pulse. Okay, perfect. Now let's add another div, and in this div let's add a class name. Class name will be grid columns, two columns, and then gap 4. Let's come down, and then here let's add a div which will be self-closing div. We can add like exactly the same div that we added here, but instead of 48 we will make it smaller. We will make 32, and then we don't need this one to be w full, but we need animate pulse and rounded xl, and we also don't need this bg. Actually, we need the background gray 500. We can keep that. We can copy this again and paste one more time, but this time we need to add animation delay. Let's do it in an inline style. So animation delay will be 0.2 second. 0.2 second, like this. And now let's come down to divs and add another div here. This will be the last wrapper. Add a class name to this one. We will say absolute, position absolute, and bottom 6, left, let's do left 1 to 2, like this, and then minus translate x 1 to 2, like this, bg white 290. Let's also do rounded full and px4 py 1.5, like this. Let's also come down and add some more classes. We will do flex, items center, we will do shadow, and then border, and border, let's do zinc 200, like this. Let's also add gap to be 2, and we are all done. Let's come down now, and then here let's add a self-closing div. Let's add a class name. We will say w4 height 4, let's do border 2, and let's also do border zinc 400. Let's do border top transparent, border T transparent, and rounded full, and animate spin. Let's come down and the span tag here, and in this span tag let's do a class name, text to be xs, and then text zinc 500, and font medium. Span, let's add the label to this span to be generating script, and then 3 dots. I'm going to remove this one and this one, and we are all done, I think. Now let's create our screen frame. Components, create a new page, screen frame.tsx. You can copy the navbar and paste it in the screen frame, but we can remove everything from the return. We just need a div and then h1 in this div, and we will name it screen frame right now. We don't need props. Let's remove all of them. Oops. Let's remove this is generating also. We don't need these things, and just the basic screen frame component. And now in design component, In design canvas, we can import it. Screen frame. Let's pause the pages actually. In the screen frame, I'm going to create an interface. Let's create interface is screen frame props. And then let's do pages, which will be of type page that you can import from types. Import it from types like this. And now in here, let's destructure page, and then let's import it from screen frame props. It's not pages, it's just a page. Okay. And now the error has gone away from design canvas also. Perfect. We are done with the design canvas. Okay, we are still not able to see that dog backgrounds. What I'm going to do, let's go back to VS Code, and in the page, if you remember in here, I created this background. Let's copy this one and paste this in the design canvas. So can paste that in here, and let's check this time. As you can see, this time it's perfectly visible, the dot background. Amazing work. Now the first thing, let's add the user button here. If we go to Better Auth UI, you can search for user button, or you can come in components and then find user button from here, like this. It will be something like this. You can copy this one, and then let's go back to our VS Code. And I think I did close the nav bar, this one. Now let's import this one like this, and then let's add it where we have the user card. And instead of this user card, I'm going to import this user button, adding this user button. Let's also add some class names to this one. I'm just adding a few class names. For now, let's just do cursor pointer, and height to be 9. Something like this. And check in the browser, as you can see, it's looking like this. And you can go to settings, you can sign out from here. Okay, this chapter is already getting so long. I think we should stop here. And in the next chapter, we are going to create our API routes, and also we will create our ingest and configure ingest, and we will create our ingest function. Right now, let's go to Excalibur and mark this one as completed and this one also as completed. Perfect. Amazing job. You did a great job if you have progressed till here. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 5, we are going to finish our screen frame that we started in the last chapter. We are going to install and set up ingest, and we will connect ingest to our app. Okay, perfect. Let's go by where we left in the previous chapter was here. So let's first go to our VS Code and start creating our screen frame. We can start by creating our project and work with ingest, but since we don't have a screen frame, it will not show anything. So we want to see the result. That's why we will create the screen frame right first. Let me close this file, and then let's come here. We already have screen frame props. We need page, which of type page. We need initial position. Let's make it optional, and it will be an object of type x number, and let's also do y number like this. Let's also add scale, and we will add number here. And right now I think that's enough. For the scale, let's add a default options for that one. We will add initial position, for initial position, and we will add x to be 0 and y to be 0, the initial position. It's sorry, it is not like this, it should be like this. And also let's add a scale to be The default one will be 1, the default scale. Okay, so let's start by creating our markup first. I think we should first do our markup, and then we start working on the states and functions. So for the markups, I'm going to use a package called the RND. Let me go to my browser, and then here if I search React RND, this is the package. Let's go to GitHub, and then here if we go to their website, what it is doing, it is allowing you to grab this one and move it anywhere, like individual screen, and also it will allow you to resize it like this, however you want. So that's why we are using this library. Let's come down and find how to install. It's like this, npm install, and let's paste it here, npm install React RND. And while it's installing, it has already been installed, and now let's copy this one, and then let's go to our VS Code, and then here I'm going to replace everything with RND. Let's import it manually. I don't know why it's not going to import it. Import RND from React RND like this. And now if we check it in the browser, let's refresh. We should fix that loading also. Let's fix that one first. The loading was in, I think it was in our page. So if I open projects and then ID page.tsx, and I think it is this one. So this should be a self-closing tag like this, and we don't need this one. This one should fix it. Let's check it, and now it's looking much better. For this one also we will fix it's, I think I split just 3 characters. It should be at least 3 words, not 3 characters. And our RND is not showing. Let's continue working on that, because I think our screen is so small and we don't have scale and anything passing to that, but we can continue working on that right now. Okay, for the default we have X and Y. Let's do initial position dot X and initial position dot Y for this one. And then we have weight and height. For this one I will do size dot weight. We don't have size, but we will create it soon. And I'm going to do size dot height. Let's create size in here. Const size, and then set size. It's just a state, and then use state, and then let's say weight. By default it will be 1550, and height by default will be 900. Let's do like this, and then let's come down. After default we will need to add size, and then the size will be, this is also an object, weight will be size dot weight, and height will be size dot height, like this. Let's come down and do minimum weight. Minimum weight will be, I don't know, let's do 320, and minimum height will be, let's do 9. And now let's come down. Scale will be a scale that we have access to that as a props, as an argument here. We are getting it from prop. And then let's do on resize. On resize is a function. It will take the first argument, we don't need it. The second argument also we don't need it, and the third argument we need it. So in here let's do set size. We are setting size here. We need to pass weight and height. Weight will be, let's do ref dot style dot weight, and let's make sure it's sorry, I forgot colon here. Ref dot style dot weight, and it's complaining because of being a number and a string. Let's parse it as a string, as a number, or you can do number like this, either this way, or you can do it like this, parse int, and then this is also a function. And now let's do the height. Height will be this one, but we will change it to height, and let's parse this one also. Let's wrap this one also with parse int or a number like this. So we are setting the size here. And now let's come down in here. Let's add a class name to this one. And for the class name, let's do relative, and z index 30. Let's also do ring 4. Let's do ring blue 500, or let's do blue 600, and ring offset 1 like this. Let's also do cursor move. When we hover over it, cursor move like this. So this is our class name. And now let's come down. We remove this R&D, and then here we will add a div, and we will need to add a class name to this div. Let's do position absolute, and then top minus 13, not 1 2 3, it's 13. Let's do left 0, also z index 50. Let's also do flex items center and bg card. Let's also do rounded lg px1 and py. Actually, we py and px both 1, we can do p1. And let's also do shadow md like this. And now let's bring it down, and let's add an inline style. For the inline style, I'm saying transform will be, let's open template literal, and then scale, and then $1 to scale like this. The scale variable that we have access as an argument here in here. And let's also come down in here, or we can add in the same line, transform origin will be bottom left like this. And now let's come down inside this one. Let's add an h5, or I don't know, h5 or h4, whatever you want to add. Let's add a class name first. It will be text x xs, and pl, let's do pl3, pr6. These are padding right and left and right, and font medium, and truncate. Let's also do max weight 37. Let's do 38. Weight and max weight 37 like this. And now let's add in here page dot name. So page will have a name. Okay. Now in here, we can add a separator. Let's add a separator. I think we don't have separator. Let me check which components do we have in UI. We have only button. Let's also install separator from Shadcn UI. Click on components here once you are here, and if you go down, this is the separator component. You can install it like this. Copy the command and go to your terminal and paste it here. So it's going to install it. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Let's go back to VS Code, and then here let's add the separator below this h5. Separator, import from UI separator. Orientation is vertical, and class name h4 like this. And after the separator, let's add another div. We will add a class name to this one. Let's do flex items center, and px2 and gap1. Let's come down in here and let's add our button. You can import from UI. And in this button also let's add a class name first. For the class name we will do p1. Let's also do size 6. Let's also do size 6. Let's do cursor pointer, and on hover should be bg. I will do accent like this. Let's also add size to this button, size to be icon, and let's also add variant to be ghost. And the last one that we need to add to this button is the on click event. For the on click event, we will just say handle copy the code or handle copy, and then inside it we will just add the code icon. You can import code icon or code 2 icon. Let's do code 2 icon from Lucid React. Let's also add a size to this one. Size will be a class name, and then in the class name we'll do size to be list of 4 or 3, whichever you like. We don't have this handle copy yet, but we will create that soon. Let's finish the markup first. So this will be something on the top of the page. Okay, now let's do the other button. We can actually copy exactly the same button and paste it here, but in this one let's do the trash icon. Trash icon in case if we want to delete it. Size will be 4, that's fine. And for the on click, let's do on delete page or handle delete page. Handle delete page, something like this. Okay, now let's come down in here. Let's create another div, and in this div let's add a class name. Let's name it w full relative, and let's also do overflow hidden and rounded sm like this. Let's come down, and inside this one we will wrap through the pages. Not and inside this one let's do page dot generating. If it is generating, then we will show the skeleton. Let's do a div. Otherwise we will do an iframe. Inside this div, let's add a class name first. Class name will do w full, h full. Let's also do flex column. Let's do py10 and px, actually p10. Let's do p10 and gap3 like this. Let's come down and add some more classes. We will add bg black, but black to 50. Let's also do animate pulse and rounded sm, and let's also do mx px like this. And now let's come down and add a inline style here, and for the inline style we will do weight will be size dot weight, and height will be size dot height like this. And inside this one let's add the skeleton. We will add a skeleton, and let's add a class name to this skeleton. But let's first install the skeleton from chat.cn. If you come down, we need to install this skeleton. So let's add it in here, and now let's come here. We should have a skeleton now. Import from UI skeleton and add a class name to this one. We say w full, height will be let's do height 8. I think 8 is enough. and then let's do bg black to 50, and that's it. I think we can copy the skeleton and paste one more time, but this time let's do height 10, and let's do w, I don't know, let's do 1 to 2, 1 to 2, and the background is okay, I think. And now let's come to iframe. Let's first add a ref here, and for the ref we will add iframe ref. We'll create this, and then src doc. For this one, we will pass our HTML here, so this will contain our main HTML content. I think let's name it HTML content, like this. We will create that soon also. For the title will be our page.name, and let's also do sandbox to allow scripts. So allow script means that whatever scripts we have in our page, it will run inside the iframe also. And then let's add some style, and the style will be weight will be, let's do 100%. Let's do height. For the height, I will do template literal, and then size that height. Size that height pixel. Let's also add border to be none. Let's do display block, and pointer events none. Perfect. We are all done for the markup, and now let's go up and create the iframe ref, HTML content, a handle copy, handle delete page. We have a bunch of them. We will start from here. Okay, let's start by iframe ref. Const iframe ref, which will use ref from React, and let's add the type to be HTML iframe element, and by default make it none, like this. And now let's add HTML content, HTML content wrapper, like this. And we will pass page.code and page.name, and also page.id. Like, I didn't create this as a variable, it should be as a variable const HTML content. We don't have this HTML content yet, but I'm going to create it, and let's create it inside this lib. HTML content wrapper.ts. I already prepared this for you. I'm just going to paste it here, and I will explain what is it. It's just because in here, if I show you, if I come down in the iframe, our HTML content, or this actually HTML content in here, page.code. This code will not have HTML tag or body tag. If I show you, it will not have you will not have HTML and then body like this. You will have div like this, and then you can have h1. There's a lot of other things, but you will not have body and HTML tags. So that's why this HTML content wrapper is just something around that. Okay, let's save this one. And as you can see, it's just some basic links that we can get Google Fonts from CDN, and also scripts, Tailwind script, and also some styles here, and some scripts here. The script will just fix the weight and height of the screens in our project, and the rest of them is nothing very special. And now let's come here and import this one, and make sure this one has string, so the error should go away. Okay, perfect. We have done all our variables. We created all our variables, and now let's create a use effect So in here, we are setting the size when the page loads. Use effect, and in this use effect, let's pass a dependency, page ID. Every time page.id is changing, we should set the size here. Let's do handle size change, and let's do it to be e. E will be message event, message event. You can name it handle message, but I think it's handle size change makes better sense. It's up to you. And now we will check if e dot data dot type equal equal frame height frame underscore height. Frame height, we have defined it in here. We have access to the frame height in here. If it is frame height, and we will check and e.data.page id is equal page.id. Then in this case, we do set size, and then we will let me do it in a different way. We will grab the previous one, and then we will do it to be the rest of the previous one. But for the height, we just change the height. The weight will be the weight itself. E dot data dot height. And now let's come down when this function is finishing, and let's do window dot add event listener, and we will name it message. This is message, and then handle size change like this. And then at the end, let's return. This is the cleanup function. Cleanup, and then we will window, because we registered an event here, which is message, we have to remove it. Dot remove event listener message, and we will remove handle size change. We have one more function left, and then we are all done, which is handle copy. Const handle copy, and this is just copying to clipboard. We will do navigator, not navigation, navigator dot clipboard, navigator dot clipboard dot write text. What we are going to write, the HTML content, and you can show a toast message also, but I think we don't have chassis components. We are not going to do that. Auth is missing. For the handle delete page, let's receive it as a prop. We are going at the top in here. In here, let's do it to be on delete page. On delete page, let's make it optional. And then let's do is a function page ID will be string, and the return type is white, which means it doesn't return anything. And then in here, because it's optional, let's do it to be like this. Instead of a handle delete page, we can pass just on delete page. And because it's optional, let's do page.id like this. We are almost done. In here, I'm not sure, do we need this one in? It doesn't make sense to me. Let's remove them. In case if we need, we can add them back. But right now we can remove them. And yes, that's all we need. And let's remove this a canvas reference also. We don't need that one. A frame gap also, we don't need that one. We don't need this use ref from React also. And I think we are all good to go. If we check in the browser, and let's close this one, we have a very nice and clean page. Perfect. Let's change this one to show only the icon. So let's go ahead and remove that one and keep only this one. So I think it was in navbar. And here we have user button, and let's do to be size to be icon. like this. And if you check this time, you can see it's only user profile, and you can log in, log out from here and go to settings. Perfect, amazing work. And now let's go and install Inngest, but we have already done one part, which is this one. We created our screen frame, and now let's go to install Inngest. I'm going to open Inngest, click on Next.js. To work with Inngest, we need to add this one to our .env file. Let's copy this code and go to our VS Code, and then here let's open .env and let's just paste it here. Okay, perfect. Let's go back. We installed Inngest. We are going to run Inngest. Let's run it in our terminal. Don't shut down your dev server. Open a new terminal and then paste the command npx ingest CLI latest diff and press enter. And as you can see, Inngest is running in this port. Let's open it in the browser. And we have no runs. And if you go to functions, we have no functions, nothing yet. Let's go back to the Inngest documentation and create an Inngest client. Let's copy this code. Let's go back to our VS Code. And then here, it's up to you where you are going to create. Let me close all the open files. But I'm going to create in the root folder. In the root directory, I'm going to create a new folder called Inngest. And inside this one, let's create a file called client.ts. For the ID, let's change this one to web design agent, something like this. Let's go back to the documentation, and this time let's create this route. Let's go back to VS Code. Inside this app API, create a new folder called Inngest. And inside this Inngest, let's create a route.ts file. Paste this one. We don't have any function yet, but instead of dot slash, let's do this one because we are using this symbol across our app. Now let's go back to documentation, and from here we are going to write our very first Inngest function. So let's copy this function code and let's go back to VS Code. We are going to close this route. We don't need this anymore, but we are going to create a new file here. Let's name it functions.ts like this and paste this one. And now we can copy this ingest function name, and I think I actually closed the route. We can open it again, and let's paste this in here, and it should have been imported from ingest and then functions. And now we can go ahead and check this one and test it. As you can see, we need to pass a message, and let's test it in the browser. If you refresh this time here, now we have one function, which is process task. And if you check in the VS Code, this is the ID of our function. And in the browser, it shows that as a function name. Okay, let's invoke it. And in here, sending a message from ingest browser. Ingest browser like this, and click on invoke function, and a run has been started, and it completed so fast. And if you check, it says sending a message from ingest browser. You can simulate it like to sleep. Let's say that we are generating a very big web page design or a very big web project design, for example an e-commerce website. So it will take a few minutes. First we should save it to database, and then we should send it to AI to process it, and then AI will send the result back to us, and then we should update our database. So in here, let's say the first step, this one, save to database, save to DB, it will take 1 second, and then process by AI, this may take 10 seconds, and then AI will reply back to us, and then let's say this will take 5 seconds. AI replied and update DB or update database. Okay, now this time if we invoke our function, let's invoke it again, and we are not going to change the message, invoke it, and as you can see the run has been started. It should wait for 1 second and then 10 seconds and then 5 seconds. In total it should take 16 seconds, and now after 16 seconds, as you can see, it has been completed. Perfect. Now let's go back to our VS Code, and then here we don't need this one to be process task. We are going to rename it to generate, I don't know, generate app action, and then ingest.create function, and then let's rename the ID to be generate web app. And for the triggers, event will be, let's do app and then task.create. Let's do generate.requested like this. And then let's remove all this dummy stuff. We don't need. And then here, let's remove this one also, but we need event and step in this async function. Let's do get const prompt project ID. We get this from event.data. Okay, now let's come down, and now we are saying await step.run, and we will say stream planning. This will take, this is the first argument, and the second argument will be an async function. Async function like this is because we will need this patch project multiple times. Instead of writing it multiple times, let's write it once here. Let's do const update project or patch project, I don't know, whichever you like. It's basically we are doing patch action, but you can name it update, doesn't matter. And then we need ID, project ID to be string, and we also need data to be project data. Let's create project data at time project data, and then let's do it to be prisma dot project update input like this, and we add some extra options to that. We didn't import Prisma. Let's import it from generated Prisma client like this. And now in here, let's do agent message to be string or null. Make it optional first. String or null like this. Let's do current step. This one also, most of them or all of them, we will make it optional. String or null. Let's do the next one to be total pages, optional, and this also, oh actually this should be a number, and done pages, optional. This one is also a number, and let's do suggestions, optional, and string array or null like this. Now in here we have now project data, and now let's do it to be like this. Await db, we can import db from libdb dot project dot update. Let's make this to be async function because we are using await async project dot update, and then we are going to update it like this, where id is id and data will be data that we have access to that. And now let's come down here. In here we are going to update our project. We will say await update project, and we will pass a project ID. We have access to project ID from event.data, and then we also need to pass data to this. So for the data we will say status is analyzing, and current state, let's do current state to be planning your application or planning your website, planning your app or planning your design, whatever you name, doesn't matter. And now we need to stream it. So to stream it, we need to install another package, which is AI SDK from Vercel. If you go here, AI SDK, let's install it, npm install AI SDK. Let me shut down my dev server and npm install AI. We will also use this AI gateway because we need to create an API. If you click on get an API, because I already created an API. Yes, I already have an API, but you can create an API from here. The good thing about AI SDK is that AI gateway is that you do not need to go to Anthropic, to go to OpenAI or Google Gemini and create all of them separately. You can create one API key and use for all of the providers like that. So I can show you, like, if you click on this one, view models, you can use the same API key for multiple models like AI, Gemini 3 Flash, Cloud Opus 4.6, and OpenAI and Minimax, all of them, all the providers, not all of them, but almost all of them are here. Okay, we did install AI SDK, and we are using this stream text and generate text. But for now, let's close this and let's go back to our VS Code, and then here let's use the stream text. So in here, after this project update, let's do const, I will say full stream, and then let's do stream. I don't know why my auto import is not working, but we can import it manually. Let's go up and import it manually. Import stream text from AI, like this. We will also need to get the generate text and output. Right now we are using the stream text, and for this stream text, because in here we are streaming our planning, AI will send us some text, and it will show for us that it's in which stage our app design is. Is it still analyzing? It's creating our project. Is it failed? Is it done? Like different stages. So in here, let's do it to be like this. I'm going to pass model, and for the model, let's do Google model like this. And for the Google model, let's go and create this Google model first. It's super easy. The same way that we imported stream text and generate text and output from AI, we can import that one also from AI. So let's go to lib and create a new file. I don't know what to name. Let's name it AI. And then in here, let's import from AI. What we need to import from AI? We need to import create gateway like this. And now let's come down, export const AI gateway. We will do it to be create gateway, and for this create gateway, let's do API key process.env dot AI, not API, AI gateway API key. Let's add this AI gateway API key to our .env file. I'm going to paste it here, but I'm not going to show this API key because I'm using it for multiple other projects. And now let's come down. Let's say export const Google model, which will be AI gateway that we created above, which is this one. And then let's pass, I don't know, you can choose any model from here, but I think I'm going to choose Google Gemini 3. Where is it? Google Gemini 3.1 Pro, which is the latest model. And now in here, in our ingest function, we can import this from Leap AI. And now let's add a system prompt and a user prompt. For the system, let's say it to be like this. You are a friendly AI designer. In 2 to 3, let's do it to be 2 to 3 sentences. Explain how you will build this app, and then let's put a comma mentioning the design system and key screens, and then put a dot, and then let's say then list each screen as a short bullet point, or as a short bullet like this. Let's say to be concise, and I think that's enough. And now let's add the user prompt. For the user prompt, we will open a template literal, plan the design for, and then we pass the prompt that we receive from the user. We have access to this prompt from event. Okay, now let's come down and say let accumulated like this, which will be an empty string right now. And let's also create another variable, let last write. Last write will be 0 by default. And now let's come down and we'll say for await. This is a for loop, const chunk of full stream like this. And then we will check if chunk.type is equal text delta, and then let's do it to be, we will assign accumulated plus equal chunk.text like this. And we will also check if accumulated.length minus last write greater than 80. You can pass any number, whichever number you like, and then we will say await update project. We will update the project again, and then here we will pass project ID. We will also pass agent message to be accumulated. We are updating. We have to keep update the project, because if you remember, in the front end we were pulling. We created a pull, and here let's do last write equal accumulated dot length like this. I don't know why it changed to constant. It should be let like this. And then at the end, after the for loop, let's update the project again. We will say await update project. We'll pass project ID, and then for the second one, we'll pass SN agent message to be accumulated. Like this. And now let's come down of this step, and then here we have to generate our schema, const schema, which will be await step.run. We will name it generate schema, and the second argument is an async function. Let's do await. In here, let's first update our project. Update project ID. And what we need to update, we just need to update status, which will be generating. Let's also update current step. Current step will be building the design system. We don't need a dot actually here. And now let's come down after updating our project. In here, let's generate text. Const result equal await generate text that we imported from AI SDK. And then here, let's do model, which will be Google model. Let's also do output. Output will be output dot object. And then we have to pass our schema. Schema will be, let's do page schema. Let's do system prompt. For now, let's keep it empty. And then let's do the user prompt. For now, keep this one also empty. Perfect. But we don't have this page schema. Let's go up and create that page schema. Let's go at the very top in here. Before the type, I'm going to create const page, I think it was capital P, page schema. Page schema will be Z. You have to import Z from Zod, z.object. Let's import it manually. Import Z from Zod, like this. And now let's create the schema. Pages will be z.array. And then in this array, there will be z.object. It's an array of objects, which will have a name, z.string, and also the path, which is also z.string. And the other one is description, which is z.string. And also let's do type, which will be z.enum. You can do it z.string, but for now I'm just doing enum. So let's imagine that we are only creating dashboard. Oops, it should be an array. Let's imagine we are creating dashboard, landing page, e-commerce. And we are creating form also, and settings, like this. So now we have a page schema. If we go down, the error has gone away. I don't know, let's say design a comprehensive app sitemap, and then let's say always start with a design system. Always start with a design system page. You can make like a very long prompt, a very powerful prompt, but for this tutorial, I think this is enough. Even if you paste this one, copy and paste this in ChatGPT or your favorite AI model, it will improve the prompt for you. And now let's also add the user prompt. For the user prompt, let's use backtick, because we will do some variables, sitemap for, and then we will use prompts, sitemap for prompt, whichever prompt we receive from the user, and then we'll say include 4 pages or 3 pages, whichever you want. For example, let's say 5 pages. Actually, no, let's say 4 pages in total. First page must be name equal design system, like this. And then let's do path. For the path, let's say design slash system, design dash system. And let's also add another one, type to be dashboard, like this. So this is our user prompt. User may send a very long prompt. This may be some very a comprehensive and powerful prompt, but we don't know. We leave it to the user. And now let's say const, oops, no, below this one. Below this one, let's say const sitemap, and then we'll say results.output like this. And then let's update our project. Await update project ID, and then let's also do a total pages to be sitemap dot pages dot length, and let's also do a name to be prompt dot split let's split by space like this, and then let's do dot slice, I don't know, from 0 to, let's grab the first 5 words, and then dot join by, and then at the end let's return the sitemap. And now let's come down and let's create skeleton rows. We'll say await step dot run, I don't know, generate skeleton, and then async function, let's say for const page of schema dot pages, and then let's do await db dot page, not pages, page dot create, and then we are saying data project ID will be project ID, name will be page dot name. Let's also do path to be page dot path. Let's also do type to be page dot type, and let's also do description to be page dot description. We will also do generating true and code. For now, it's not, we haven't generated any code yet. And now below this one, in here, let's generate our code. This is the main part. For const or for let I equal 0 for every page of our schema, we will generate a screen. And then I less than schema dot pages dot length, and then I plus plus like this. And then let's do page const page equal schema dot pages, and then I, let's grab page I. And then here let's create a step const generated or generated page, whatever you name it, doesn't matter. Await step dot run, and then here let's do generate page. Let's do it in backtick, generate page, and then we will do page I like this, async function. And then in down here, let's create a step label, const step label. We will say I equal 0. If I is 0, we are saying building the design system. Otherwise, if I is not 0, we are saying applying the design system to the screens. And now let's wrap it like this first, and then in here let's use $. I think in here also let's use the back, and then $I, and then slash again $schema dot pages dot length -1 like this. And now let's come down and update our project. Update project, let's do project ID, and then for the next one, current step will be step label. Now let's come down again, and then here let's fetch the project. We will say const project, and then it will be await db dot pages dot find first, and then we'll say where project ID will be project ID, path will be page the path, like this. And now let's come down in here. Let's do const text from await generate text. You can import that from AI SDK if you don't have already. And then let's do model will be Google model. Let's do system prompt. Right now we leave it empty, and the prompt from the user. Let's open the template later on, like this. Now let's first write the system prompt. You can create a very comprehensive prompt, a very powerful prompt, but right now I think I'm going to use a simple prompt. It will be enough for this tutorial. I'm just saying you are a master. Let's do master web designer, and then we are saying output only raw inner HTML for the body tag, and then we'll say use tailwind YRCDN, like this, and then we will say no markdown, no code fancy, and we will also say no doc type, and then put a full stop, like this. Perfect. And now let's do the user prompt, the prompt that we received from the user. And for this one, let's do it to be build a pixel perfect, and then we will wrap it in quotes, and then we will say page.name a pixel perfect page.name screen, and then let's do app context, which will be prompt. App context will be prompt, and let's also do, actually we can bring it down so the AI will understand it much better, and then let's bring it down after that also. It's not a structured prompt, but we are trying to make it a bit better. And then a screen purpose, let's do page.description, like this. And then let's come down again. Let's do style to be vibrant, accent, and then font, we will say enter font realistic data, and tailwind only, like this. So this is our full prompt. And now let's come down, and then here let's just return HTML. For the HTML, we'll say text dot replace, and then I am writing regex here, like this, and then write HTML, and then the pipe, and then also again 1 2 3, like this. And now put this one, and then G, and at the end just empty string and dot trim. This is for the HTML. And for the page ID, we will do what was the name, project, this one that we just found, project dot ID, like this. Or if project dot ID is empty, we just empty string. I mean, if it is undefined or null, we just return an empty string, like this. And now let's come down, let's save it to the database, await step.run. We will say, let's use template later on, make it dynamic. Let's say save page, and then ID, and then let's come out of that, and then async function, we are saying if generated.page ID, if it exists, generated.page ID is there, then we will update the database. We'll say await db.page.update, This time we are not updating the project, we are updating the page, where ID is generated dot page ID, and let's also add the data. The data will be, code will be generated dot HTML, and also generating false because it's already done. And let's come down below this one. Let's update the project also. Await update project ID, and then let's do done pages, which will be I+1. And now let's come down. This will be the last step. So in this step, we just generate some suggestions for the next prompt. So user can just select one of those prompts, or user can type their own prompt if they want to select an existing prompt. Await step.run. We will name it finish, and let's do async function. And then let's say const result equal await generate text. Let's do again, model will be Google model. Let's do output to be output.object, and then let's pass the schema, which will be suggestions schema. We don't have this suggestions schema, but we will create right now. Let's first add a prompt, and then let's open the template literal, and let's go up and create this suggestions schema. Let's go at the very top where we created the other schema, this one. We can copy this one actually and paste it here, and let's say suggestions schema like this. And suggestion schema, we will say c.object, and we don't need an array. We need an array of strings. So, but we don't need this object. Let's remove this object, and inside this array we will say z.string, and then let's come in here, and then the array should have minimum 3 suggestions and max, let's say 5 or 4, whichever you like. I think 3 to 5 suggestion is good amount of suggestions. Okay, now let's add our prompt here, app, and then let's add the prompt, but I will wrap it in quotes like this. Give 3 to 5 short follow-up. Let's do follow-up like this. Follow-up design prompts a user made want next, and then under 45 characters each. And then let's come down now. Let's do const suggestions will be result dot output, and then let's say z dot infer type of suggestion schema like this. And now let's come down. Let's update our project. Await update project, and then project ID, and then let's also do status to be completed like this. Let's also do current step, we will make it null again, and let's also do suggestions to be json.stringify, and then we will pass the suggestions. And at the very end in here, let's do return page count, which will be schema.pages.length like this. Okay, I'm getting an error here and an error here. Let's go up and fix that. I think this is not pages. I forgot this one to change. This should be suggestions, and this one is not an array of strings, it's just a string like this. Now the error should go away from both of them. Let's put the E here, it suggestions like this, and the error should go away from both of them. As you can see, we don't have any error now. Since we already have ingest route open here, let's first update this one. What was our function name? We name our function to be generate app action. So we remove this process task. We will name it generate app action like this. So this is done, and let's add it to our project generation route also. So in route, after we create project, before sending a response to the user, we should send it to ingest. Await ingest.send, and then what we are going to send, the name. The name should be exactly the name of the ID of our ingest function. We can copy this one, and sorry, not the ID, the event, this one. We can copy this and then come here, and then it should be app generate.request. And now let's pass some data. We only need to pass project ID, which will be project.id, the project that we created here. And let's also pass prompt will be prompt. We already have access to prompt from here. And then the rest of them is all looking good to me. Now let's go ahead and try this one, and let's see how it is looking. Let's go to our browser. Actually, let's start our dev server first. npm run dev. Let's just refresh the ingest dev server. The error should go away. And now let's refresh this one also. This is our previous project. There is nothing. Let's go back to /new. And as you can see, these are the projects that we created yesterday and today. So now let's create a new project. Let's say an e-commerce dashboard and press submit. A run has already been started. And as you can see, it is generating our project. This is the skeleton. It is for skeleton. You can make it smaller or bigger, but I don't like this skeleton. We have to change it later on. And you can see the loading state here also. It says generating screens, but we have to move this one in the sidebar in this area. We will do that in the next chapter, because this chapter is already so long. Okay, let's wait for this to finish. Okay, one screen already finished. It's here. Let's wait for the others. This is the design system itself. If I show you in the ingest function that we created, I mentioned that in one of them, yes, in one of them, that the first page must be the design system. So this is the design system. This is not an actual page. It contains the colors, the typography, and those kind of things. As you can see in here, it only contains a typography, the colors for the brand, those things. In here, it's updating how many pages are done, applying the design system to the screen 1 out of 3. And it is starting from 0. So the first one that it applied, it was number 0, and then number 1. Now it's applying to number 1, and then number 2, number 3. I think we should update it to make it to start it from number 1, not from 0. We don't want the computer system. You can also check the status in the ingest dev server that's running here. First page is done, page 0, and then we have to wait for another page. I think each one of them will take 3 to 4 minutes. It depends to the complexity of your project. Now page 1 is also done. If we check it, page 1 is done, but it is behind, like they're stacked on top of each other. As you can see, this was the design system, and this is the page 1. I think once the page 2 is done, it will be stuck on top of this one. We will fix them in the next chapter, but right now, as you can see, it's working. It has generated an amazing dashboard for an e-commerce website. Let's wait for the other 2 pages to finish. And now the other page is also done. This is also stuck on top of this one. And this is, as you can see, this is the products page. And it looks amazing to me. It looks really nice. So I'm trying to move, but it's moving all of them. We are going to fix a lot of things in the next chapter. Let's wait for the last page. And now this is the last page that got generated. So looks like this is the settings page. I can zoom in for you. Yes, it looks like the settings page. But it looks amazing. It can design, like, I don't know, maybe better than a lot of beginner designers. If it is me, I'm going to use it even for production level. Okay, perfect. We will fix the stacking of the screens on top of each other. As you can see, this is the last screen and this one was the second one. I don't know, this one was the design system. So, and this one is the second one. Oh, I can move this one. Okay, so this one, let's make it bigger and then only I can move it. Yes, like this. So, oh, I can make it smaller. Making it smaller is working, but moving it is not working properly. So, but as you can see, we have 4 screens. So 1 screen and then 2 screen and then 3 screen, and also the design system, which is behind them. Now let's go to Scarlet Draw. And we already finished the screen frame. Now we finished setting up Inngest. We played with Inngest and we connected Inngest to our app, and it's all working perfectly. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 6, we are going to fix bugs. We are going to add zoom control to our canvas. We are going to add agent panel and chat panel to our project ID page. Right now, if we check our project, the project that we created last time, it's like this. All the pages are stacking on top of each other. Let's fix that one first. So let's go to our VS Code, and then here let's open a design canvas where we added pages.map, where we are adding this screen frame. Instead of doing it like this, let me do it to be, let's cut it from here, and I'm going to do it like this, and in here let's paste it, but instead of like ternary operators, we can do it like this. I'm going to copy this one and I will say if it is like this, then return this skeleton frame. Otherwise, if it is not like that, let me remove this too. Otherwise, just return this one. In here now, let's create X and Y position for every frame or for every page. Let's do cons. Let's say X equal 100 plus I. Let's grab I from here, the index. You can name it index or I, whatever you name. And then let's do times 1000. And then let's grab the position Y. Const Y will be 100. Y should be the same level, all of them. And now let's pass X and Y to the screen frame. So come here and let's do initial position. X will be X and Y will be Y, like this, X and Y. We will pass initial position X and Y to the screen frame. If you check in the screen frame, we are getting initial position. By default, it's 0, 0. That's why all of them are 0, 0 and stacking on top of each other. Now, if we go to the browser and refresh our page, let's refresh it. And as you can see, they are separate. Perfect. Amazing work. Now, this is your complete design. The first page is the design system. It contains only the colors and the typography of your design. You can make this bigger or smaller like this for every screen. You can scroll down even for the other ones, but this one is this much, and then you can move to the other one. As you can see, we cannot move that much because it's blocking us. I think it is if you go to VS Code and in design canvas, if you go up in here, limit to bounds, let's make this false. So if we check this time in the browser, let's refresh it again. And this time we can scroll like the full page. And this is our full design. In my opinion, it's looking pretty good. So it's getting, every page is getting the full height of the generation, and I think it looks good to me. Now let's go ahead and add the agent panel here. Like when we are generating a new project, the agent panel should show up in here. Let's go to VS Code, and then here let's create a new file inside the component. I will name it agentpanel.tsx. And now let's do export default function. We will name it agent panel, and let's pass some arguments, because if I show you the page, we are using agent panel in this project, and then ID, and then for now it's commented, but we can uncomment this like this. I uncommented all of them, so let's uncomment all of them, because anyway we are going to develop all of them. And agent panel already got exported. If you can see, it's here, components agent panel. Right now we created that, and as you can see in here, we are passing prompt, agent message, current step, status, total pages, and done pages. So we have to create an interface first. Interface agent panel props, and then let's go up. We need prompt, which is string. We need agent message, which is also string. We also need current state, which is also either a string, or we will make by default null, either a string or null, and status also of type string. Total pages, this is of type number, and also done pages, this is also of type number. And now in here we should destructure them from agent panel props, prompt, agent message, current state, status, total pages, and done pages, like this. And now let's come down in here. The first thing I'm going to create is a ref, and then a state. So let's do const, let's do text ref, and then use ref. It will be of type HTML div element, and by default let's make it null. We have to import use ref from React. Import from React like this. Let's mark the component to be use client, because we are using hooks like this. And let's also create a state. Const is open, set is open, use state, and this one by default is false, like this. And now let's come down. Actually, let's create our markup first. I'm just going to do return, and then here let's add a div, add the class name to this div. I will say position absolute, left 3, top 14, z index to be 40, and w 58, like this. Let's come down, add another div here, and then here let's add a class name to this div also. I'm just saying rounded 2xl, like this, and then p, I'm going to add a custom padding, p 1.5 pixel, like this. And then let's bring it down and add an inline style here. You can use like Tailwind CSS cn function. You can use cn function to add the conditional styles, but I'm going to create inline style, and I'm just checking is generating. If it is generating, we don't have is generating it yet, but we will create that soon. If it is generating, then we will do linear gradient. Oh, I have to add background first, so it's background. If it is generating, then we will do linear gradient, and then in this linear gradient, let's do 135 degree, and then 6366 f1. I think this is a good color. You can change the color if you don't like. And then this is 0%. Let's also add a comma, and then the next color will be, I will add A855 f7, A8, and then 85 and 7 like this. Not 7, let's do f7. They are matching a bit more closer. And then this will be 50 at 50%. And then let's do another color. I don't know which color to add. Let's do 3b, and then A2 and F6, like this. and this will be at 100%. Either this one, or we can do, if it is not generating, then we can do E4, E4, and then E7. E4, E4, and then E7 like this. It's complaining about is generating. Let's create that first. Const is generating, and then let's say it to be status. If status is equal analyzing, or status is equal generating, then it is generating like this. And now let's come down inside this app. We will create another div. Let's add a class name to this div, and then we'll say bgy. Let's also do rounded. Let's do LG right now, and overflow hidden. Let's also come down, and then here I'm going to add an array dot from. Let's add length to be 3, and then dot fill 0. Fill all of them with 0, and then dot map through item, and then index. And then let's return. We are just going to return a div, and then this div, let's add a key first. Key will be index, and then let's add a class name. Class name will be w1.5, and then height also 1.5, rounded full. Let's also do bg zinc 300. Let's make this a self-closing div. We don't need this one like this, and we don't need this item. So to remove that, we just add an underscore. And now let's come down, add a button to toggle the agent panel. You can use like chassis and UI button, or I'm just using a normal button. And then let's add a class name first to this button. Class name will be mb3, and let's also do flex like this. Flex, let's do w. I'm adding a custom height to this one. W, I will say calc, and then 100 minus 1.5 rem. 100% minus 1.5 rem, like this. And after that, let's do, we added flex and then item center. Let's also do gap 2 and bg zinc 50, like this. Let's also do border and border zinc 200, like this. Let's do rounded XL, and let's do PX 2.5, and also PY 1.5, like this. And now let's come down inside this button. Inside this button, we are going to add a div, and then in this div, let's add a class name. In the class name, let's do W5 height 5 rounded full. Let's do bg linear to br, and then let's do from violet 400. I think 400 is good. From violet 400 to pink, I don't know, pink 400. I think this should be a good color. And then let's do flex shrink to be 0, and make it a self closing div. And we are going to remove this one. Perfect. And now let's add a span tag, and this span tag, let's add a class name. In this class name, let's do text xs, and let's also add text zinc 600. Let's also add truncate and flex 1. Let's also add font medium and text left, like this. And inside this one, we will add our prompts. And now let's come down in here below this span. Let's add a chevron down icon, ported from Lucid React. This is a self-closing tag, and let's add a class name to this one. For the class name, you can use either a cn function, or you can use this one with template literal. Let's do w3 height 3. Let's do text zinc 400. Let's also do a shrink. Let's also do shrink 0, and let's do transform, like this. And now let's come down, and then here let's do $, and then we will say f is open. We created this is open at the top. F is open. Then we will say rotate 180 degree. Otherwise, we will say rotate 0 like this. And now let's come down of this button and let's check if is open, and only in that case we will show this. Let's open a fragment, and inside this one let's do another check agent message, and only in that case we will show this div. And let's add a class name to this div. Class name will be a px3, and let's also do pb2. Max height will be 65. Do we have 65? Max height, let's do 64. Overflow y to be auto, and let's also add a, and now let's come down and add a p tag here, p, and add a class name to this p. Class name, it will, let's say text, and then I'm going to add a custom text here, 11 pixel like this. Text zinc 700. Also leading, I'm adding a custom leading to be, I don't know, let's do 1.65, and let's do white spaces pre-wrap this one. And now let's come down and then here add agent message. This will be our agent message. Perfect. After this agent message, let's come down again, and then here let's check for a current state or is complete. We don't have this is complete yet, but we are going to create it right now. Let's go up and create this one. Where we create it is generating, and we are going to create const is complete, and we will say status only if status is equal completed like this, then we will say is complete. So in here we will check if it is current state or is complete. Then in that case what we are going to do, we are going to return a div. We are going to render a div, and then let's add a class name to this div. Class name, we will say px3, pb3, and then pt1 like this. Let's come down and another div here. Let's add class name flex items start, and also gap2. Come down, and inside this one, and let's check it if it's complete. If it is complete, let's do, I don't know, let's do render a check mode, a check circle 2 icon imported from Lucid React. It's a self-closing icon tag, and then class name, let's do w3 or w4. Let's do w4 height 4, and then text emerald 500 like this, which is kind of green, and flex shrink will be 0, shrink 0. Let's also add empty margin top to be 0.5, like, okay, either this one, or let's come down. If it is not complete, then we will add the loading icon. We're going to put loader. Let's do loader 2 from Lucid React and add a class name w4, the same class name that we added for the above, and height 4. Let's also add text violet, I don't know, let's do violet 500, and then let's do shrink 0, and let's do animate spin, and margin top to be 0.5 like this, empty 0.5. Okay, now let's come down. In here we will say add a span, and then in this span let's add a class name. I'm saying text, just adding a custom text size. Let's add a custom text size which will be 11 pixel, and let's also add text zinc 400. Let's also add it to be italic and also leading type. And now let's come down in here. We will check if it's complete. Then if it is complete, let's say, I don't know, applying the design system to the screens, and then let's open this braces, and then a dollar sign done pages. Oops, let's make them to be template later on. Done pages by, oops, not that one, by, and then let's do done pages like this, and otherwise let's do it to be current state like this. Perfect. I think we are all done. Let's go up and see what's remaining. We have to add a use effect here and handle toggle option. So let's go up and then here do use effect. And then this use effect will run every time that agent message change or is open change. Agent message or is open, like this. Let's do if textref dot current and is open like this. Then in that case, let's do textref dot textref dot current dot scroll top. This will be a textref dot current dot scroll height. That's all that we need for this use effect. And let's also add the handle toggle option. Const handle toggle, which will be an arrow function or a normal function if you want. And then in here, just set is open, make it grab the previous state and then do not previous state. And then if you come down where we added this button, let's add an on click to this button. Let's bring the class name down and do on click, and then handle toggle. Okay, perfect. And now let's come down. I think we did a mistake here. Instead of this done pages, this should be total pages. Total pages like this. And it's all looking good to me. Let's go, let's come here and comment these two because we are getting an error for them. And let's save it and let's go and check in the browser. Let's refresh the browser. And this is our agent panel here. If you click this one, it will open it and you can see the full text that what this agent has done for you. Hi there, I will build this e-commerce dashboard using a clean modular design system. And then at the end, these are the steps that has been done. Perfect. Amazing work. We have to hide this one. At least the scroll bar, we should be able to scroll, but we have to hide the scroll bar. I don't like this scroll bar. To hide this scroll bar, let's go back to our VS Code and in the agent panel in here, let's come down where we added agent message, this one. So let's add a class name to, we can add an inline style, and then we will say scroll bar width, which will be none, like this. Let's check this time. And as you can see, we don't have that scroll bar, but we still are able to scroll. Perfect. Amazing work. So you can open and close this one. And it's getting a random color from our colors that we created at the beginning. So we already finished. We fixed bugs. We also added agent panel. And now let's add zoom control, and then after that we will add chat panel. Okay, let's go back to our VS Code. And for the zoom control, let's create a new file. Actually, we can just add it inside this design canvas. Let's come here and a skeleton frame. After this skeleton frame, let's add const zoom controls, and this is a function. We will make it an arrow function component. Let's come down and return. We are going to return a div and add a class name to this div. Position absolute, bottom 4, and let's do right 4. Let's also do z index to be 50. It's flex and items center. Flex items center, and gap will be 2. Let's come down and then here let's add another div, and then this div let's also add a class name flex items center gap 1. Let's also add bgy, but y to 90, like this. Let's also add backdrop blur sm like this, and we will need to add a border and border zing 200, like this. Let's also add rounded lg and px2 shadow sm, like this. And now let's come down. We will need to add a button, just a normal button, or if you want, you can add this chassis UI button. Let's add a class name first. W5, we will say height also to be 5. Let's also say flex and items center and justify center and text zinc 500, like this. And let's also add a hover. On hover, text zinc 800. Let's also add an on click to this button. On click will be zoom out. We don't have this zoom out function yet, but we will create this soon. But before that, let's add an icon, zoom out icon. You can import from Lucid React. And let's add a weight and height. Let's do class name. Weight W will be 3 and height will be 3 like this. Let's also below this zoom out icon, let's add a span. And in this span, let's add a class name. We'll say text XS font mono, and then let's say text zinc 600 and W7. Let's do text center, and then here we will just add the zoom. Zoom is a state. We haven't created that yet, but we will create that soon. Let's remove these two. We don't need them. Okay, perfect. Now we just need to copy this button and one more time, once again, and paste it here. And this one is for the zoom in. And instead of zoom out, let's do zoom in, and then here zoom in icon, and we don't need this span for the zoom in. Now let's go up, and now in here let's say const, and we will say zoom in, and you import it from use canvas. You can import use canvas from React zoom pin punch. Let's do use not use canvas, sorry, it's use control. So let's come down, it should be use control, zoom in, and let's also import zoom out, zoom out like this. So now we have zoom in and zoom out. Now let's also create our zoom. Const zoom, set zoom like this, and this is a state. Use state by default, let's say it to be 40. Let's import state from React, and now let's come down and let's also create const ctx, use transform context from React zoom and pinch, import from that. And now let's come down and create a use effect, import it from React, and this use effect will run every time that the ctx is changing. And let's just straight away return ctx dot on change, and then we grab the c, and then let's set zoom to be mat.round c.state.scale times 100 like this. And now in here let's make them to be an arrow functions. Let's call them because they need to be called. We are all done, and then let's go up and use these zoom controls. If you go up, you can put anywhere in, just put it inside this transform component. Doesn't matter you put after this transform component or below, before that one, just it should be inside transform wrapper. So let's do zoom controls in here. Let's save it and check it in the browser. And as you can see, we have this zoom control here. If I zoom, you can see it's zooming. I don't know where is our zoom out button. I can't see our zoom out button. We will fix that soon. I think I did a mistake in here. This span should be outside of this button, not inside that button. And now if we check in the browser, as you can see now it's like this. We can zoom in, zoom out, and we can zoom in. Perfect. Amazing job. We only need to add the chat panel here, and then we are all done. Okay, let's do that one. Let's go to VS Code again, and let's check our page, what we name it. I think we name it chat bar, and then we need to pass project ID, suggestion. Now let's create a new file inside the component. We will name it chatbar.tsx, and then in this chat bar let's create a function export. Let's do export default function chatbar, and then let's pass some arguments, and we will need to get it from chatbar props. Let's create this chatbar props interface first. Mark this as use client, and then let's come down interface chatbar props like this. We need project ID to be of type string. We need suggestions, make this optional, which will be an array of strings, and then let's do on submit. On submit, let's make this one also optional, and then we need to get prompt is of type string, and the return type is void, which means return nothing. And then let's also make add tips will be of type string, and let's straight away destructure them in here: project ID, suggestions, and on submit, and also tips, like this. Now let's come inside this and let's return our div. Return, we will return a div. Let's add a class name, position absolute, bottom 4, and let's do left 1 to 2, which is 50%. Left 1 to 2, like this. And then let's do minus translate x to be 1 to 2 also. Minus translate x to be 1 to 2, which is also 50%. Z-index will be 50. Let's do flex column, and then items center, and then let's also do gap 2, and let's also do w to be 135, and max w we will set it a custom value. Let's do calc 100%, and then minus 300%. Let's come down and let's say tips, not tops, tips. And then if there is tips, let's add a p and a p tag here, add a class name to this p. I don't know, let's say text 11 pixel, like our custom text size, and text zinc 400. Let's also add text to be center. And what's the text itself? This is the tip. I name it tips. It should be tip because it's a single one. So let's do tip. And now after this tip, let's map through suggestions. Let's first check if suggestions dot length is greater than 0, and then only in that case let's do return a div. It's complaining that saying that suggestions may be undefined. Let's add a default value to that, so the error should go away. And now let's come inside this div and add a class name. Class name will be flex, and then gap 2, let's do flex wrap, and also justify center, like this. Now let's come down and then here map through the suggestions dot map, and let's do suggestion or just s and then index I for index. And now in here let's add a button. For the button let's add a key first. Key will be I, and let's add a class name. Let's add the class name down below here. Class name will be flex items center, and also let's do gap 1.5 text xs like this, and then text zinc 600. Let's also add bg white by 90. Let's also add border and border zinc 200. Let's also add hover. On hover bg white. Let's come down and add some more classes: rounded full, px3, py 1.5. let's also add shadow sm, and the last one transition on. Let's also add an on click. On click will be right now. Let's add an empty function, and for the label itself we will add s here and save it. S is the suggestion, and let's also add a span, and for this span let's add a class name. Class name will be w4 height 4 rounded full, bg zinc 100, text zinc 400, and text I'm going to add a custom text size to be 10 pixel. Let's also add flex items center, justify center, and also font medium. And for the label let's just say I+1 like this. And now let's come down. After the suggestion has been finished, in here let's add our chat box. We will add div, and then in this div I think we can go ahead and copy our chat box from new. Go here and in the pages, in new project, climb. Let's come down here and we can copy exactly this main. Yes, we can copy this main and let's paste this main in here. But then instead of main, I'm going to change it to a div and I'm going to remove this welcome to stick this one. And also let's change this class name. Let's do w full and let's do bg white by 95. Let's also say backdrop blur xl like this and border zing to be 200. Let's also do rounded to xl and shadow xl. Let's also do overflow hidden like this. And for the second class, let's do it to be px4 and then pt3 and then pb1. That's it. And then for this one, I think we don't need that one. We don't need that third one. Just going to remove it like this and save it and should be all good. We should have already been importing arrow up and loader circle. Let's start by a text area in here. The value will be prompt and handle key down is the same. Let's keep. I'm going to remove this placeholder because in here we already know that if we are designing a web app or mobile app, because we are on an existing project page. For the disabled, let's keep this loading. The number of rows is correct and the class name, I think class name is also correct. Okay, let's go up and create the states and function. In here, let's do const prompt set prompt, which will be use state imported from React, and by default it's an empty string. Let's also add loading. Const is loading, set is loading to be use state, and by default let's make it false. By default it's false. Now let's come down and add the what we named it in the button handle generate. Let's name it, let's change it to handle submit. And now let's go up and create the handle submit first. Const handle submit, which is, let's make it an async function because we are going to do API call. And in here, first let's say if it is trim, const trim, and it will be, let's put prompt here, or we can name it text, which is by default this will be a prompt. And then we will say text.trim, and now we will check if not trim or if is loading, then in that case just return nothing. Otherwise we just add a try catch block in here, and let's also add the finally block. In the finally block we just do set is loading to be false like this. For the catch block, let's grab the error, and right now we can just say console.error and then just pass the e. For the try block, this is the main part, and then in here let's do set is loading to be true. Set is loading is true, and then we will say on submit because that's optional, and then trim. On submit we receive it as a prop here, and then let's come down. We will say await page, and then let's do it to be open the template literal /API /projects, and then let's do project ID, and then let's come out of that and then say page. So we are adding a new screen or a page to the current project, and then let's do it like this. Method to be post, and then let's do headers. Headers will be a content type will be application JSON, and then let's do body to be JSON stringify, and let's do prompt to be trim. It should be like this, prompt to be trim. And at the end in here, once we submit, we just do set prompt to be an empty string again. Okay, let's come down and check what's remaining. Handle key down, that's remaining. For the handle key down, let's do it to be like this. I'm going to create const handle key down, and then in here let's grab the e, and then here I'm saying if e.key, fe.key equal enter, and not e.shift key, then we'll say e.prevent default, not e.prevent default. Let's add a type to this react.keyboard event and the HTML text area element like this. So e.key down, and then let's do handle submit. We finished the handle submit. We added the key down and we created the prompt. We only need to add set mode, and then we don't need set mode in here actually because we are already in the current and the existing project. So what I'm going to do, going to completely remove it from here and just keep it like this. I'm going to close the second div here, and one div we can remove from here. Okay. Now let's go to our page. In here, let's uncomment them and let's import chat bar from components chat bar, but we need to comment this one. We don't need that yet. And let's check in the browser, and this is our chat bar, but this one should be in the right side. Let's fix that one. I think the default scale is too big. We can change that one. And these are the suggestions, as you can see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So by default we have 4 suggestions, and we added that we should have either a 4 suggestion or 3 to 5 suggestions. So let's go back to VS Code, and in the chat bar, let's add a max height first to our text area. I'm going to add it by using an inline style. Max height, let's say to be 100 pixel. And let's also change this justify between to be justify end, so it will push this arrow up icon and loading circle to the end. Let's go and check in the browser, and as you can see, we have a fixed text area weight and height, and also the button is in the right side. Now let's refresh and make sure it's persistent, and yes, it is there. Perfect. Amazing work. Amazing job. We have created this chat bar, but because this chapter is already so long, in the next chapter we will create an API route for this and an ingest function to work with that API route. Now let's go to Xcalibur Draw, and then here let's mark this zoom control we added and chat panel we added. Perfect. Amazing job. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 7, we are going to create an update route for updating our UI design, and also we'll create an update ingest function. But before that, if we check now, for example, if we type anything in here right now, and if we press enter, it's not going to update any of the design because we don't have a route and we don't have the ingest function for that. But before that, let's fix these things first. If I refresh the page, as you can see, it loads at the top. We want it to load at the center of the page. So let's go to VS Code, and then here what I'm going to do, in the Y position, I'm just making it 500 by default. And now this time if we refresh, it has been loaded at the center of the page like this. And our 3 dots are showing vertically here. It should show horizontally, and this white background should cover the whole area. If I open this one, the white background should cover this whole thing. So now we are fixing that one. In the agent panel in here, let's create a new div, and then let's go up and add a class name. Let's do flex item center. Let's do gap 1, and let's also do px3. Let's also do pt3 and pb2. But we are not going to close it here. This one will close it here, but this one let's close at the end in here like this. And this should fix that issue. If we check this time in the browser, as you can see, we have these 3 dots, the same like Google Stitch. and we can open and close this one like this. I think let's also make this one bigger. Let's go back to VS Code, and in design canvas where we have a zoom control, I think we created at the bottom in here. Okay, let's make it H10 and W10, and this one, the icons, let's make it 5 like this. If we check in the browser, it's a bit bigger now, so we can zoom in and zoom out. Now let's go ahead and create our route first. Actually, let's generate the ingest function first. Let me close all the open editors and this one also. And now let's go to ingest. You can create a new functions, a new file, and create inside that, but I'm going to create that in here itself. So let's come down and I say export const generate page action, and then this one will be ingest dot create function, and let's pass the arguments here. First we need to pass an ID, and the ID will be, let's do generate single page. Let's also do retries, and we will make only one, and let's also do triggers. And the triggers can contain an event, and let's do for that event to be app/add page dot requested, like this. We can do it like this. And now let's come in here, and the second argument is an async function like this, and let's destructure event and stick from this async function, event and stick. Now let's come down. We need to get project ID, page ID, and prompt from event. Const project ID, page ID, because in here we are updating a single page, page ID and prompt. Like this, we can get it from event.data. Okay. And now let's come down. In here, let's do const project. We will find the project here. Await step.run. Let's do get context or get project. Let's say get context, because in here we are basically getting the context of the current project. And then let's do return db.project.find unique, and then we will find where ID is project ID, like this. It should include pages, and in the pages, let's do where code not equal null, not null, and then take only one. So basically we are saying the database that if when you include pages, you should only include those pages that are not null. If the pages doesn't have code in that, then we don't want that page. We want pages that have code in that. Okay, now let's come down in here. We will say, we will do another step. We will say await. Let's do step.run plan page, and then let's do async function. In this plan page, let's do await update project. You remember we created this function above, and then let's pass project ID, and then the second argument status. For the status we are saying let's do generating, and then let's do current step. For the current step we will say designing, and then we will just paste the prompt. I mean write the prompt like this. Designing, for example, new landing page, designing, for example, a products page, like that. And then now let's come down, and then here we will say const stream text, and then in this is stream text, let's pass the model to be a Google model. Let's also pass the system prompt. Right now we will leave it empty, and the actual user prompt. The user prompt, we will use template literal for that. And this is system, not sitting. System like this. And what we need to get from here, full string, like this. For the system prompt, I'm just going to write like a very basic prompt. You are a friendly designer, and then in let's do like this. In 1 to 2 sentences, describe how you will build this screen to match the existing app design. And then at the end we say be specific like this. And now let's come down and add the user prompt. Plan a new screen, and then let me use the quotation, and I will pass the prompt here, and let's come here and say for an app about for an app about, let's write the project here, project dot prompt. Or if it's null, let's do empty string. We have access to project here, a project dot prompt. Project is possible in null. Let's do it like this. And now let's come down. Let's create two variables. You can actually copy the variables that we created for the previous one. This one, you can actually copy this whole thing, and we will change accordingly. And then here, let's test them. Accumulated and last write. And then for chunk of full string, if chunk dot type is text delta, and then accumulated equal accumulated plus equal chunk dot text. That's correct. If accumulated dot length minus last write greater than 80, and then we'll say await update project. We'll pass project ID, and then say agent message to be accumulated, and last write equal accumulated dot length. That's perfect. I think that's all we need. We don't need to change anything. It's exactly like this. And now let's come down of this step. Let's do const HTML or HTML content. I don't know, let's say just HTML equal await step dot run. Let's say generate HTML. Generate HTML, and then async function. And then here let's create a style ref. Const style ref, which will be project dot not dot agent message, project dot pages. We'll get pages and the first page, and then let's do dot code, and then let's do dot slice. We'll slice from 0 to, let's say, 600, otherwise just an empty string like this. And let's come down. We will say let's copy this one, generate text again. Let's copy and paste this, but this time instead of full string, we will destructure only the text. And for the system prompt, let's clear and write it from start again. And then in here, let's say you are a master web designer, or I think we can copy the prompt from here. Okay, let's copy this one. The prompts should be exactly like this. So basically what we are saying you're a master web designer, or put only raw inner HTML for the body tag, use tailwind CDN, no markdown, no code fences, and no doc types. Perfect. But for the prompt, we will say, let's say build a pixel perfect, and then we write the prompt. We remove this colon. For this prompt, and then we will say screen. Let's actually copy the other stuff also from the previous prompt. App context and these things, we will include these things also to be part of the prompt. Okay, instead of closing it here, let's bring it down and close it like this. For the app context, we will say project.prompt, the first prompt, or otherwise this prompt. So project may be null, so that's why we should include it like this. And then instead of this screen purpose, we will check if, let's say, oops, I'm just checking style reference. If we have style reference, and then we will say, let's say it to be like this, match the visual style of the existing screens, and then reference snippet, and then let's do colon new line like this, and then let's do style reference like this. If we don't have a style reference, we will say a style dark, we will say it to be vibrant accents, and then enter font. Let's also say realistic data and tailwind only like this, which is exactly this style. I think I forgot to add this one. Anyway, it's like we added the style to be either, if we have style reference, this one, otherwise this one, which I created in here. Okay, so this time, and at the end we will say output only the body in the HTML like this, and then close it. And now let's come down in here. Let's return text.replace. We are going to replace, add the same thing that I added in the previous one, this one, but instead of text. This is also text.replace. So let's copy that one and paste it in here. Text.replace, and then trim it. I think my VS Code adding it automatically because we forgot to add a weight here. Oh, sorry, it's not stream text. I don't know why I did write stream text. It's generate text. Like this. We are using generate text. That's why I think that's why we are getting that error. And now let's come down, create another stick, and stick.run. And this time we are just updating the database. Say page async, and then let's do await db.page.update. We updated the current page where ID of the page equal page ID, that we have access to that. The data will be name, will be prompt.split. Let's do split by this, and then let's do the slice from 0 to 5, and then let's do dot join like this. Let's also do code to be HTML, and let's also do generating false like this. Let's come down in here, await update project, also project ID, and let's do status to be completed and current state to be null like this. Let's just return in here page ID. We'll return page ID like this, page ID to be page ID. Let's remove this page, and our function is nice and clean now. Okay, Perfect. Now let's go ahead and create our route. So let's go to API and then API and then project ID. Inside this ID, let's create a page folder, and then inside this route.ts. So let's do export async function, and then let's do post, and then let's pass some arguments to this. We need request, which will be of type request, and also we need params. Params will be of type params. This is a promise, and then this promise will contain ID of type string, like this. Now let's come down here. Let's say const ID, and we will name it project ID, and let's get it from await params, like this. Let's also do const prompt. We will get it from await request.json, like this. And now let's come down. We will check if there is no prompt. If not prompt dot trim, if there is no prompt, then let's just return next response .json. What we are going to return, we will return error. For the error, I will say prompt required, or let's say prompt is required. And for the status code, let's say 400. And now let's come down in here. We need to find a project, const project, which will be await db dot project dot find unique, and then here we'll say where id is project id is project id, like this. And let's grab this one again and paste it once again in here. We will this time we will check if there is no project. If there is no project, then we'll say project not found. Let's change the status to the 404. But if there is project, let's come down. We will create a new page, because this is for a new page, and we will update the project. Let's first create the page, const page, which will be await db.page.create, and then let's do data project id will be project id. Let's say name prompt dot split, like this, and then dot slice. Let's do 0 to 5 dot join. This is the name. And let's also add the path. For the path, let's use template literal. We can do it to be like this, prompt dot split, like this, and then let's do dot slice 0 to 2, and then I will say dot join, like this, and dot to lowercase, like this. And now let's come down, type. For the type right now, let's hardcode. I will say dashboard, but you can change later. We can change it later. Generating, let's say true, and then code. For now, let's say null, because Inngest will handle it. We are not going to handle it. Inngest is going to handle the code generation. And now let's come down in here. Let's update our project. Await db.project.update, and then where id is project id, and let's update the data also. Status generating, and then current state, let's say generating screen, and let's also add the agent message. This one, let's use template literal. I will create, I will create app and then prompt. I will create prompt, for example, a new landing page screen that fits the existing design system. And then let's send it to Inngest now. Await Inngest dot send. We should send name to be I think we added app and then add page dot requested like this, and then the data we are going to pass page ID. Let's see what we need in the ingest function. Yes, we need a prompt and project ID. Oh no, this is generate app action. We need project ID, page ID, and prompt. Okay, let's do that one. Project ID. We also need page ID to be page.id. We also need to pass the prompt like this. And at the end, let's return the response. Return next response.json, and then page ID will be page.id like this. Perfect. Amazing, amazing job. Let's check in the front end. I'm going to components, and then I think it was chat bar. In the chat bar, let's check. I think we already added our endpoint. Yes, it's API projects and then project ID and then page. Perfect. We are already doing it. Let's check it in the browser. Let's keep this one open. Let's say that create order page or customer's order page and press submit. And as you can see, we are getting the updates here, generating the screen and generating the screen here also. We have to wait for that to finish. If we come here, let's see if the skeleton is loading. Not yet. Oh, actually the skeleton is loading at the top here, which is not good. It should load in that side. And let's check the ingest server. Oh, we don't have a run. Oh, I think we forgot to add our new function to the ingest route. Let's do that one. Let's go back to VS Code. And then here, we created this new function, generate page action. Let's add a comment here so you will not confuse yourself. Generate new page for existing design. And let's go up and then here find ingest, open this one, and let's add in here where we added generate app action. We will add generate page action this time like this. And now it should work. Let's go back to the browser and let's try it again. Let's say create customer order page and then press submit. And this time it's working. It says designing create customer order page, and as you can see, it's streaming the text. And if we check ingest server, a run has been started. And now the second screen is that one. I think the first one it keeps loading. It's not working properly, and it has been finished. Let's see where it is. Oh, it is. It's so far from the other pages. But let's zoom in, and as you can see, it's create new order and then orders. Perfect, amazing job. And if you check ingest server, it has been completed. And this one also marked green, which means it's complete. We have a full Figma clone and a full Stitch clone. This is a good time for us to fix this skeleton. Let's go to VS Code, and in here we have this skeleton frame. I think let's remove this name. We don't need this name. We can remove it from here also. For the skeleton, we don't need it. And even let's remove it from when we are using it in here. Let's come down again. I think I'm going to remove this div completely. I think I'm going to completely remove this part also. We don't need it. We just need a simple and basic loading skeleton. Let's bring this down. Let's check it this time. Oh, I think we removed everything. Let's go back. I think let's bring this one back. And let's check this time. I'm going to remove this, the upper one, this one, and this one. So let's come here. Let's remove these three options. And I'm going to remove this two also. Let's check this time. And it's like this. Let's remove this part also. We don't need. And let's make this one to be a self-closing div. Okay, it's looking much better. And then let's add animate pulse. Okay, I think it's looking much better. Instead of BG gray 400, let's say this one to be, let's do gray 300. Instead of 4, we need 3, and I think looks much better now. This is all our design. Let's ask it to add, for example, a login screen and a login screen for the dashboard, and press submit. And now it has been started designing add a login screen, and if you check Inngest, a new run has been started, and we have to wait for this to finish. Let me make my screen smaller so you can see when the new page has been added. And as you can see, it has been finished, and this is our login screen. Perfect, amazing job. This is looking so nice. Now let's go to Xcali Draw, and then here let's mark this as completed and mark this one as completed. We've finished this too. Amazing job. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 8, we are going to switch between mobile and web app creation. We are going to add navbar to the new project page, and we are going to fix a lot of bugs in this chapter. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and do that one. Let's check our project first, where we left last time. This is our project, the last time that we created, and it's the weight and height of every screen is based on the weight and height of the screen, that is the content of the screen that's coming from AI. And right now, as you can see, looks like all of them are selected. This one selected, this one, and this one, and this one, all of them are selected. And we can see this overview and then code icon and delete icon on top of each of them. And if I want to move one of them, all of them moving together. But let's go ahead and fix this one first. Let's go to our VS Code, and then here I'm already in the screen frame, but let's go to design canvas. And in the design canvas, I'm going at the very top in here, and I'm going to create a state const selected page ID, and then set selected page ID like this. And then let's do use state imported from React, and let's do null by default. And we can say it can be either a string or null. And now let's come down where we add this screen frame. Let's also pass the selected page ID and is selected page ID. Selected page ID, which will be selected page ID equal page dot ID. And now let's come down, say on select, which will be, we grab the E from here, and then let's do e dot stop propagation, and also let's say set selected page ID to be page dot ID like this. And now let's go to the screen frame, and then here let's also accept selected page ID, which will be of type string or null. And also let's accept set selected page ID, which will be of type function. E will be of type mouse event, and then the return type is void, which means return nothing. And now let's accept them in here. We need a selected page ID and also set selected page ID like this. Perfect. In the screen frame, actually, let's change this one to be is selected like this, and let's change this one to be on select. And this one is selected because we convert it to boolean in here. We will say selected page ID equal page dot ID, then this should be a boolean. We should accept a boolean here. And let's fix this one also. Is selected and unselect. And now the error should go away. And let's go to design canvas and make this one also is selected like this. Now it has been, the errors has gone away from this one also. Let's go back to screen frame, and now let's pass the onSelect function to this one, to the RMD. Let's pass it here. We will do on mouse down to the onSelect like this. It should be capital S. And now if we check in the browser, let's check it. Now we can move every screen individually. Every screen we can move separately. It's not only if we hover over, only if we take that screen. But if you move from here, it will move everything, or from outside of that screen, it will move everything. But if you select that screen and move, it's just moving around that screen. Perfect. Amazing work. And let's also fix the selected, because right now all of them are selected, looks like. Let's go back to our VS Code, and then here now we have is selected and we have this class. So let's actually copy and cut this class. Let's come here and let's bring the cn function, and then in this cn function let's come down. The first one I'm pasting, this one, and I'm going to cut this part, and come down here, and then I will say is selected. If it is selected, only in that case we should show this class name. Only in that case we should show this class name. Now if we check in the browser, it should look all good. And now as you can see, only this one is selected, and these things is all, oh, but still they are showing for all of them. We have to fix that one also. But if you click on this one, now this one is selected. If you click on this one, now this one is selected. Let's come here, click on this one, and now this one is selected. Perfect. Amazing job. Let's go back and fix this part also. Now it's showing for all of them, and let's fix that. So I'm coming down, and then here that we have this div, this part. So let's do it to be like this. Let's cut this part from here, and then let's do is selected. Only in that case show this part. And this time if we check, as you can see, they are not visible anymore in the other screens, only the selected one. If I select this one, and then from this one it has been removed, and now it's visible here. Let me make it bigger so you can see a bit more cleaner. You can see this is the page name, and then this is the code view. We'll add the code view also, and then here is the delete button. You did a great job. And now let's go back to our new page, and then here now let's fix these things. As you can see, we are able to only see the screen thumbnail, but we cannot see the created date and also the project name. We can only see the project thumbnail. Let's fix this one. Let's go back to VS Code, and let's open the sidebar. It's in projects, new, and then page.tsx. Let's open project client, and then in here let's come down where we find search, and then this one that's wrapping almost all of them. And now let's add this one to be flex column like this. Now if we check, it should look all good. As you can see, we have, these are our projects. These are the projects that I recently created, but this one, I don't know why it's showing last year. It should show at least last week or last month. Let's fix that one also. Let's go back to VS Code, and then here let's go back to this page where we are doing this time calculation. So what we can do in here, let's also do to be like this. Okay, const last week. Let's do last week start, and then we are saying new date, today start. Now let's come down and say, let's also create last month, which will be again new date, and then today start like this. And now let's come down here. This is yesterday start, and then let's do last week start, dot set date, and then what we are going to set last week start dot get date, and then -7. That's it. And now let's do the last month also. Last month start. Oh, I forgot start here, but it's okay if you whatever you name. Last month start dot set month. This time we do set month, and then what we are going to do, we do last month start dot get month, and then we will say -1 like this. And now let's come down in here, and for the groups let's do recent, yesterday, and then let's do last week. This is also an empty array, and then also last month. This is also an empty array like this. And now let's come down in here. Now let's do else if we will say d greater than or equal last week start, and then what we are going to do, we will do groups, and then we will say last week dot push p. And let's also come down else if d greater than or equal last month start, then in that case we will do groups, and then we will say last month dot push p like this. We are all done. And if we check in the browser this time, as you can see, now we have last week instead of last year. Now if we go to Excalibur, we fixed almost all the bug. We fixed bug, and now let's fix the switch between mobile and web app. Let's go back to VS Code now. I already have project client open here, and let's go down where we switch between mobile and web app. In here I forgot to change this time in the top when we set the mode to be app, so we will set it to app, but when we set it to web, this one should be web. That's one point. And then the other point is we have to add the type to our project also. So let's open schema.prisma, and let's go to our project. Right now we don't have type, but we can add it here. Let's come down and say project type, which will be of type string. Actually, we can create an enum here, enum, and then enum type, and we will have either web or mobile like this. We either create a web app or mobile app. And now let's come in here, instead of string, let's do type, and then default will be web like this. Now we have to go ahead and migrate this. Let's open the terminal, and then here let me shut down my dev server. npx prisma migrate reset. Let's reset everything first. Now let's do npx migrate prisma migrate dev. Now let's add a name, adding project type. Okay, perfect. It has been done. Let's do npx prisma generate also, and npx prisma format like this. Now do npm run dev again, and now let's go back to our VS Code, and then here we are done with this schema file. We don't need this anymore. In the project client also, I think we are done with this part also. This one also done, this page. Actually, in the project client, we are not done. Let's go back, and in this one project client, when we are sending the request, right now we are only sending the prompt, but we have to send the type also. Type should be mode, and we have access to mode in here. It's either web or mobile app. And now let's go to API projects generate API, and then projects generate route.ts. In here, when we are saving it to database, right now we are only grabbing the prompt. Let's grab the type. Now let's come down in here. We will do name, and now we should also do a type, and the type will be type itself like this. And let's also pass the type here to ingest like this. And now let's go to ingest function. I'm already here, and then this part where we say generate HTML, Let's make this template literal like this so we can pass variables. You are a master web designer, but let's check it to be like this. Let's grab the type actually first. Project ID prompt and type. And now let's come down, and then here we will say if type equal, let's do if it is equal web, then we will do web. Otherwise, if it is mobile, let's say mobile app. But we need to fix this one also in the screen frame. Let's go up a bit. By default, we are adding the size to be like this. Let's go to design canvas. And then in here, as you can see, we have the size, the default size to be 1550 and 900. Let's go ahead, let's go to design canvas. Oh, actually, it's not even in design canvas, it's in the page. Let's go to the page, and then here in the projects ID and then page, we have to pass the type to design canvas, and then from there to screen frame. Okay, let's pass the type from here. Type to be a project dot type like this, and then let's go to design canvas, and then here we need to accept type also to be either web or mobile. Did you say web and mobile? Like this. Well, in the page it's complaining about the type. Let's go and add it to the props, project ID props. And then here let's do type to be either web or mobile, like this. And now the error has gone away. Perfect. We passed it to this one, design canvas, and then from here we have to pass it to screen frame. Type equal type. We don't have access to type. We have to get it from here, type. And let's go to screen frame. And then here let's accept type also. Type will be either web or mobile. Either web or mobile like this. And now come in here and let me create an initial size. Cast initial size, and then this will be type equal web. If it is web, then we will do this part. But if it is not web, if it is mobile, we will test this again, but this time let's change this to 500, for example. Let's grab the type here, and then here we pass the initial size. Oops, not initial position, initial size, like this. And this type has been imported from OS, we don't need that one. And let's close this page, we don't need that anymore. And I think we are done. We are almost done. And now let's go ahead and create a project. Let's check it in the browser. We are already in the new page, and by default, app is selected. We can switch between web and app. So let's design a web app actually, or let's create a mobile app. We haven't created a mobile app. A fitness dashboard. And let's mention it to the dashboard like this. And let's press enter. Oh, we are still getting this undefined. We have to fix that one also. And if we check Inngest dev server, even the Inngest dev server hasn't been started. Okay, let's go ahead and fix this undefined first. I think it is in here. Let's go to page and then new projects. This is API projects, new, and then project client. I think it's here. And then here, it is not project ID. It's just project like this. And now if we check, it should work. Let's go back to new, refresh this one, and let's say a fitness dashboard like this. Select the web app and press enter. As you can see, I'm getting an error that the user is missing. I think the best way is to let's add the authentication first. If someone is not authenticated, he or she should not be able to visit projects or projects new page. Let's fix that one first. And that's in here. in the project and then new, let's add a layout here, a layout file, layout.tsx. We can copy this layout, but we will change something there and paste it here, and then we will say it to be a project layout. We don't need these things, theme provider, and we don't need any of them. And we only need children. We don't need this HTML and body and theme provider and none of them. Let's remove all. And we only need children. And let's add a div. In this div, let's do a class name, h full, w full, and let's do the children here. And because this is already a server component, export default, let's do async function. And then here, if you remember, we created auth is required and auth is not required in lib. Let me show you. Auth utils, auth is required, auth is not required, and auth session. So in this one, let's do auth is required. Await, auth is required. Let's do this one. And now, since we changed in our Prisma schema to web and mobile, let's go to project client in here. Right now we have app and web. Let's change it to mobile and web. And let's come down, change the other instances also. In here also it says, let's select multiple instance of this. Every time it's app, we will change it to mobile like this. And let's change this set mode also to be mobile. And let's change this label also to be mobile or mobile app, whichever you like. And let's go ahead and check it in the browser. I'm already in the new page. Let's say a finance dashboard. And you can either select mobile or web. Let's select mobile and press enter. And now we came to projects and then object like this. Let's check the Inngest dev server. A run has been started already. And then let's grab this project ID and replace it with this object. Oh, our skeleton is so big and the color is also not looking good. Let's go ahead and fix this one also. It doesn't look good. I'm coming here and I think it's in design canvas. Let's come down. Yes, we have a skeleton frame. And in here where we have BG gray 200, let's do it to be BG gray 500. Let's change this H1 expand to H3, and then instead of text XS, let's make it a bit bigger. We will say text to be 2XL, which is super big, I think. And now if we check, they are looking good. One screen already got generated. And I think 500 is too dark. Let's make it to be 400. Let's add the gap to be 5. And now they are looking a bit better. If I zoom in and then this generating the screen, and then this is the skeleton. Let's make this one to be by default open. The agent panel is here. And let's go up. By default is open, should be true. Let's wait for other screens to be generated. Okay, another screen got generated. It's here to wait for the other two. You can see the progress here. Screen 2 out of 3 and 2 out of 3. We have to change this one also. We should start from 1, not from 0. Currently it's starting from 0 and then it's generate this 0 screen, first screen, and second screen, and the third screen. We should make it to start from 1. This screen also got generated. While it's in mobile version, the gap between them are too much, but we can fix that one also. Let's wait for this screen to generate. Now all of them has been done. We have 4 screens. So let's zoom in a bit. This is our design system. Like this, the colors, typography, and buttons, form, styles, like everything, the complete design system. And this is our first screen. And as you can see, it looks like it's a personal finance dashboard. So you can see my card and all your transactions, and the next screen is this one. All the screens look good to me. The last screen is this one, account preferences, and it looks good. Let's go ahead and fix the gap between them. Currently, they are far away from each other. Let's go to VS Code, and I think it's in screen frame. Actually, I think it's in design canvas, not screen frame. In here, we have the X position to be 100 plus I times 1000 right now. This is for web, and that's okay. But let's do, we will say type equal web, or let's do, if it is web, we will do this one. Otherwise, we will do this one, but instead of 1000, let's do 400, like this. And let's go back to screen frame. I think we have to increase the weight a little bit. Let's do 700, and let's check this time in the browser. Let's refresh it. Well, 400 is too close. They are almost stacked on top of each other. I think we can make it 500. Let's do it to be 500. And this time, if we check, let's refresh, and 500 is perfect size for mobile apps. And you have 5 suggestions also here. Show a dark mode analytics view, design a recent transactions list, add monthly expense breakdown, show a crypto portfolio widget, add an investment growth chart. You can either select this prompt that's suggested by AI itself, or you can write your own prompt. Let's do add a login screen and press enter. And now our skeleton has been start loading here at the top. We should fix that one. And then the agent panel is also designing here. And then here also add a login screen. If we check Inngest diff server, a new run has been started, which is add a login screen, as you can see it here. For this generating screen, okay, as you can see, it has been generated, and this is our login screen. Amazing, amazing work. You can either scroll your mouse to zoom in and zoom out, or you can click in this one and this one to zoom in and zoom out. The login screen is looking so nice and beautiful. Perfect. You did a great job. And now let's go back to new. We fixed this one. Let's also add the user card here. Let's go back to VS Code. And then here, while we are still here, let's go back to a project client in here. And then here we just did project. And then here it should be project.id. So it will not go to object. It should go to a specific project ID. And now let's close everything and all the editors also. Let's go to our components folder. In here, where we added the navbar, we have this user button, but I think in the new project new, we have everything in the project client. Let's go to projects, new, and then project client. Let's see where we have the navbar. I think it is here. Yes, which is user card. Okay, and instead of this user card, let's paste our user button like this, and let's check it in the browser. And we have the username here. You can click and go to settings, sign out and everything. Perfect. Amazing work. You can click on this one to go to your project. This is the project, your project that you created. This time let's do an e-commerce dashboard, dark theme. Till now we were creating light themes, but this time we are telling it to create dark theme, and we select web app, not a mobile app. By default mobile is selected, but we select web and click on submit, and we are being redirected to project ID page. Amazing job. If we check Inngest diff server, our run has already been started and we have to wait for this to finish. And as you can see, the agent panel here and our loading skeleton is here. By default, it's generating 4 screens. We have to wait for this to finish. Perfect job. One screen has been finished. As you can see here, another screen has been finished. Okay, now all the pages has been done. Let's zoom in a bit so we can see this is the design system, and then this page is the, let's zoom in a bit more. This is the sales dashboard, and this page is the product management, and also this is the store settings. It's not fully visible. You can drag it down a little bit like this. Sometimes I'm not sure why it's not getting the full page height, and in my opinion it's looking amazing. It's looking really good. As you can see, this page has got the full height, but this one also got the full height, but the last page, I don't know why it didn't got the full height, this one. But it looks like it designed like a very professional designer. So this chapter is already getting longer, and let's go to our Xcalibur drawing here. We can now switch between mobile and web app, and also we added the nav bar to the project new page. We also fixed a lot of bugs. See you in the next chapter. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 9, we are going to create a route to delete a page, and we are going to add a code view. If we check our existing structure, this is one of our projects that we created, a mobile application, a finance dashboard. And right now, when I click on this delete icon, it doesn't do anything. And when I click on this code icon, also it's not doing anything. So let's go ahead and fix them. Let me make it bigger so you can see this. This icon is not working, and this is also not working. Let's first fix this code view. To fix the code view, I'm going to install a library or package called Shiki. And this is Shiki. Let's install it. Installation and usage. Let's do npm install -d, and then we do Shiki. Let me shut down my dev server, and then here let's paste the command and hit enter. Okay, it has been installed. Let's do npm run dev, and now let's come here how to use it. If you come down, it has a specific guide for how to use it with Next.js, like this. You can create this one in a separate function, or you can create this one in the page itself. Let's do and go ahead and create this in a separate function. Let's go to our VS Code, and then here let me close everything in here. There are multiple possible options how we can create it, but I think I'm going to create this one inside the lib, and I will name it highlight.ts. So it's going to just highlight our code. And then I'm pasting like this, and then we can grab the other part from here. Let's use this part. We only need this part. Let's copy it and go back to our VS Code, and then here I'm just naming it a highlight code, export const, and then let's do highlight code. Let's make it an arrow function like this. Let's make it also async, and let's pass an argument. We will pass just the code, and the code will be of type string. And let's come down in here, and then here we'll just do return and paste the code that we just copied. And let's remove this part. Let's remove this part also. Instead of props.children, we do code. And for the language, we know that we are working with TypeScript only and HTML. Let's do HTML because that's the only thing that we are working with. And for the theme also, we will use GitHub Doc. And now let's go to components, and then here create a new file. We will name it code view. And now in here, let's mark it to be used client, and let's do export default function code view like this, and we need to accept code as a code view prop like this. Let's go up and create the code view props. Interface code view props, and then we only need the code, which is of type string, like this. Now let's come down in here and let's actually create first two states. Const HTML and then set HTML. This is a React state, use state, and then let's pass an empty string and make sure that this is of type string. Let's import use state from React. Import use state from React, like this. And now let's come down. I misspelled it. That's why it was not able to find. Now let's also do const is loading and set is loading. This will be used state, and by default it's true. And now let's come down. Let's return our markup. Let's come down. First, let's check if it's loading. If it's loading, then we will return the loading. We will do return and then div, and this div, let's add a class name, flex, and then height to be full. Let's also do item center, justify center. And for the BG, I'm going to use a custom BG, custom background. I will do 0D and then 1117, like this. And now let's come down. Let's add another div, and then here also let's add a class name. Let's do flex column, and then let's do item center and gap 3. Let's come down and let's add another div, but this is a self-closing tag, a self-closing div this time. And instead of this, let's close it like this. And let's add a class name to this one. We will do w6 and then height 6, and then let's do border 2 and then border zinc 600. Let's do rounded full and also animate spin, like this. Now let's add a span tag. We will say, let's also add a class name to this span tag also. We will say text zinc 500, and let's do text XS, and also font mono, like this. And then we just say loading code, like this. This is for loading. And if it is not loading, let's come down after this if. Let's do return, and then we will do a div. We will do a div, and then let's add a class name here. For the class name, we will do height full, w full. Let's also do overflow auto. BG, I'm again going to add the same color that I added above. 0D111 and then 7. Let's also do text SM, and then I'm going to paste a bunch of classes that is just for styling it. It's just for styling the code view. And now let's come down in here and let's bring it down like this. And then here let's do it to be dangerously set inner HTML, and then this one will be underscore HTML is HTML, like this. And let's make sure it's a self-closing tag. Okay, now let's go up and load the HTML. Let's come here, and then here let's do use effect. This use effect runs every time that the code is going to change, like this. Every time this code is changing, this use effect is running. Let's do let cancelled. By default it will be false. And let's come down, set loading true here. And now let's come here. We will say, let's say highlight code that we created inside the lib folder. We pass the code that we have access to, the code as a prop here. And then we'll sort out then, because that's a promise, result. And then in here, let's do it. Let's check it like this. If not cancelled, and then we will do set HTML to the result. like this. And let's also do set is loading to be false. And then in here, let's return, this is the use effect cleanup function, and we will do cancel to be true. That's all we need. And this is complaining about that we cannot set state directly inside the use effect. So let's do it to be like this. Let's cut it from here and let's come here. We'll do const get code highlight, and then let's do it to be a function. We can do it to be an async function like this, and then we paste it here like this, and then here we will do get code highlight. And now let's go to a screen frame, and then here let's come down where we added this one button and then handle toggle code. Okay, if we check this function and it's currently empty, we can remove it from here and we can set it directly in this button. So in here, let's do it to be a function and then set view mode. I think we don't have a view mode. Let's go up and create the view mode first. Let's come here and say const view mode and then set view mode. Use state. Let's make sure it's just an enum and it's either of type code or it's of type design view or code view. By default, let's make it to be design. And now let's come down in here in this button. We will do set view mode to be code like this. And then let's also add another button. This is for the trash, but we can add another button for the design view. Let's just do it above this one, and let's actually wrap this two button. We will wrap it with a div, and then paste it here. But let's add a class name to this div. We will say flex item center and gap 0.5, gap 0.5 like this, and px1. And for this one, let's do this to be design. And instead of code icon, let's do monitor icon. Monitor icon, import it from Lucid React, and that's it. That's all we need for now. And now let's come down in here. Let's do in here, we will check if view mode equal code. If view mode is code, then in that case we will do this to be like this. Let's return a div. Let's do a div like this and then close the div here, and let's do otherwise this one. But for this one, let's come down. But for this one, let's add a class name. We'll do wfull and then round it to XL, overflow hidden. And let's also add a custom style equal an inline style, height to be size dot height like this. And inside this one, let's add the code view. Let's add the code view component that we just created, but we need to pass the code in here. Code will be page.code like this, or if page.code is not available, let's pass an empty string like this. Let's make sure it is like this. It's not complaining anymore. And then here, what else we can do? Let's go up, and in this button, the variant we set it to be ghost for both of them. For code view and design view, we set the variant to be ghost. But let's add it to be like this. Let's add it to be a variable. Let's say if view mode equal design, then in this case, we will do this to be secondary, otherwise ghost. And let's do the same in here for this one. But for this time, let's do if it is code, then secondary, otherwise ghost. Now let's check in the browser and let me refresh. Let's zoom it a bit so you can see a bit better. If I click on this login screen, and then this will appear. As you can see, by default, this one is selected. And if I click on the code view, and now you can see the code view. Perfect. Amazing, amazing work. You can add an icon to copy the code, but I think I'm not going to do that because I will leave it up to you guys. You can add an icon to copy the code, but we are not going to do that in this tutorial. It's super easy. You can do that just in 1 or 2 lines of code. And the next thing that we have to work is this one, the on delete button. Right now it's doing nothing. Let's go back to our VS Code and fix that one also. Okay, let's go to in here in our app API, and then projects ID, and then page, and then this route.ts. And let's come down in here. Let's do export async function, and then let's do delete like this. And then this delete will expect a request and params. Request will be of type request, and let's also do params. Params will be params, and it's a promise, and then we only grab the ID, which is of type string, like this. Now let's come down, and then here let's do const, and let's grab the ID from await params, like this. And let's come down. We will also need to grab the page ID. This is project ID, const page ID. This one will be, oops, not like this. Let's just straight away destructure it, page ID, which will be await request.json, like this. And now let's come down. Let's do await db.page.delete. And then which page we want to delete, where ID is ID equal page ID, and also a project ID. Let's name this one to be page ID to be as ID, and this one we will rename it to project ID, like this. So, and then page ID will be ID, and then project ID will be project ID, like this. And then let's return next response.json. Let's just do OK to be true. And now we can go to screen frame, and we have on delete method here, which I think it's a props. Yes, we are getting it as a prop from design canvas. Let's check how we are getting here. Okay, we are not even passing it here. Okay, let's receive it as a prop in here also. We will say on delete, and it's an optional here also. We will pass page ID, which is of type string, and then the return type is void. Let's do on delete, and let's pass the on delete in here. Screen frame, let's do on delete page, which is on delete. Let's do this one also to be on delete page. On delete page, like this. And let's fix it in here also. And we are using design canvas in one of our pages, which is in project ID, and then design canvas, which is here. Okay, let's go up and create the on delete in here. Let's do it in here. We will say const on delete page, and then let's make sure it's an async function because we are calling APIs. And then here we need to pass the page ID, which is of type string. And then here, let's do first, if you remember, we created projects and then set projects. So let's first set project. Set project. So we are updating our project. Let's get previous, and then we'll do if previous. Let's do the rest of the previous, and also pages to be a previous dot pages dot filter not equal page ID. Otherwise, let's do just previous, like this. I think I spelled the filter wrong. It's just one F, one L, and then in here let's do await fetch, and then let's do slash API slash projects, and then slash, let's pass the ID here, ID, and then let's also pass slash page, like this. The second one method to be delete, and then another one headers. Let's do content type to be application and JSON. Let's also do body to be JSON.stringify, and then we will do page ID. If you wonder where we access this ID, we are accessing this ID from here. And now let's go down and pass this to our design canvas on delete page, which is on delete page. Let's go and check it in the browser, and let's try to delete this login page. And as you can see, it has been done. You can add the loading icon and loader screen also, but I think this chapter is already so long, I'm not going to do that. I will leave it to you guys. You can add that by your own. That will be your homework, so you can add that. Now let's go to Excalibur, and then here mark this one to be completed. We added delete option, and we also added the code view mode. Perfect. So in the next chapter, we will do deployment, and we are all done. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 10, we are going to add our logo, we are going to add our homepage, and we are going to fix bugs, and at the end, we will deploy it to production. Right now, if we check here, let's go to a homepage, and this is our homepage. Let's start by creating our homepage. Let's go to our VS Code, and then here under the app, this is our page. Currently, what I'm going to do, I'm going to projects, and then new, and then project client, and I think I'm going to grab this main content. Let's grab this whole thing. I'm going to grab from here to here, like this. Let's copy this and let's paste it here, like this, and let's go up in here. We don't need this aside. Let's remove this aside. We definitely need this button, and let's mark this to be use client because we will use some states here. And then instead of this user button, just add a normal button, and then let's do sign in. And for the text area, let's also go back here again, and let's bring some states also. We need the prompt and we need the mode. Let's copy these two and go back here, and let's go up, and then here let's paste them, but we don't need this is loading and set is loading. Let's replace it with mode and set mode. Okay, and now let's come down. For the handle key down, let's copy actually handle key down also, which is this one. And now let's go up and paste it. We paste it here, and we don't have this handle generate. And now let's go down, and we don't have this is loading here. And for this button, instead of handle generate, let's do it to be like this. Router, we have to create our router also, or you can copy from a project client because we already have it here. Router and then use router. Let's go up and paste this one also. Let's import use router from next navigation, and now let's go down, and then here let's do router, and it should push to auth/sign in, and let's remove this this part, remove this part. We just need to keep arrow up. Okay, let's go up a little bit. And in the handle key down also, let's actually add an on-click option here also. On-click, and then let's do it to be like the one that we did below, router.push. And then we will send it to auth/sign in. Let's also do the same thing in here. We'll do router.push auth/sign in like this. And we don't need this icon. We are going to remove it. And that's all. If we check our browser, okay, as you can see, this is our home page. If I click on this one, it should redirect us to login page or sign in page. Now, instead of this stick, let's go ahead and add our logo. I'm going to logo Epson. I think I'm going to use this one. It just copied to my clipboard as an SVG. And let's go back to VS Code. And then here under public, let's create a new file. I will name it logo.svg and let's open it. Let's paste it here. Let's save it and close this one also. And now instead of this stick, let's add Next.js image, import the image tag, import image tag from next image, and now let's do src to be /logo.svg. Let's do alt to be stick logo. Let's do weight to be 40 and height also to be 40 like this. And let's also add a class name to this sign in button, class name, and we are just going to add bg, let's do orange 600 like this. And let's also add the size to be height to be 40 pixel like this. Let's check this time in the browser, and as you can see, it's looking pretty nice. So if we check our Xcali draw, we have already added logo, we created our homepage, and one more bug fix that we have. If you go to project/new, it is showing all projects. Doesn't matter who is logged in. So let's fix this one also. Let's go back to our VS Code. Let's close this page and let's do it to be like this. In project and then new, in here, let's do it to be like this. You can make this component to be an async component, or I can do directly add the session here. So let's do it to be const session, which will be await auth session. If you remember, we created this auth session a few lessons back, and now in here we will say where user ID is session.user.id like this. It's fetching only the currently logged in user projects, not every user's project. Let's check in the browser. And now, as you can see, it's just one project. Perfect. Now let's go to Excalibur. And this one also finished. We had one small bug. And now let's start deploying. I'm going to GitHub, and in here, click on new repository. We'll name it stick and click on create repository. Let's do git init. Let's go and shut down our terminal. And here, let's do git init. Let's do a git commit. First, let's do git add everything. And now let's do git commit -m first commit. And now let's do git branch -m main, but I'm going to change main to master like this. And now let's also add the remote, git remote. And at the end, let's do git push -u origin master. And now let's do git push -u origin master. And it has been pushed to our GitHub. If I refresh it, this is our fresh new project. We forgot one important step. Let's go back to our VS Code. And then here, let's open package.json, and let's add post install script for Prisma. Post install, we will say Prisma generate. Let's put a comma here, and this time let's save it and let's push it again. Git add everything, git commit -m added post install script, and let's do git push. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back to our browser and let's refresh. Now let's go to Vercel, and then here let's click on create new project. You can choose your project, but in this case I'm going to choose stick, and let's paste our environment variables. Let's copy them and paste in here. Let's click on deploy. Now it's deploying, and we have to wait for this to finish. I think it has been deployed. Let's go back, and then here let's refresh, and this is our sticker, and looks like the deployment has been successful. Perfect. Click on this domain, and it's there, live on Vercel. Let's connect Inngest. Click on sign up. If you already have an account, click on sign in. I'm going to sign in with my GitHub. Let's create a new organization. Click on create organization, and let's do in here stick AI, and click create organization. Now, once it has been done, click on integration, and in the integration, click on Vercel. Click on connect Vercel to Inngest. Click on add integration. Select your account. I only have one account, and click continue. Now choose your project. I'm going to choose stick and click save configuration. In here, it's going to install to add ingest sign-in key and ingest event key to our environment variable in Vercel. Let's click on continue to ingest Vercel dashboard. And from here, let's click on configure the stick. Okay, now we need to add deployment protection key. Let's go to Vercel. Now in here, if you come down, click on settings, deployment protection, and let's go down, protection bypass for automation. Click on add, and then I will name it stick. This one, leave it blank, and click on add. And now click on this one to show it. Click on copy and go back to ingest, and then here let's paste it and save configuration. Now let's go back, and then here let's go back from here also, and go back from here also. And then here, let's click on deployment. For this one, click on redeploy. Because we added ingest, we have to redeploy it. Now it's building, and the deployment is successful. And you can visit your app. It's live here. You can sign in and create an account from here and go and generate your design. Amazing, amazing work. If you have come till here, you have done a great job.